Ngā mihi ki a koutou katoa, kua tai mai nei I tēnei ata. Welcome everyone gathered here today and online and potentially beaming in real time and in after the fact as well. Welcome to members of the public. Regional Council exists to serve the public, and so it is wonderful to have so many people in our meetings. So delighted to have you all here, and especially rangatahi mā. Welcome students. Welcome committee members, welcome officers. Thank you for all the work that's gone in behind the scenes. And I'm Quentin Duthie, I'm the chair of our Environment and Climate Committee, and introducing our acting general manager, Fatima Iftikhar, my trusty sidekick. But from the end of the month, we have Julie Knauf over there, will be the General Manager of the Environment Group at Greater Wellington. So welcome to that role, Julie. Looking forward to working with you. Councillor Tupou. Karakia.
Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tai. E hiaki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihe, mauri.
Thank you, everyone. Leading the news last night was a sobering report on the fatal tragedy at Mauao, Mount Maunganui, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that news, and that has implications for us all in local government, and many of the items on our agenda today are to do with the way Greater Wellington manages risk, the way we look to protect the public and manage our own lands and our own assets responsibly. So just recognising that. We have a long agenda today, so members, I'd ask you to attempt to ask questions and start it with a question word, and if we can keep questions nice and concise, then we can get through the agenda and have plenty of time for all of your questions. And acknowledging that the papers came a little bit late for members, and there's 400 pages, so recognising that you might give a few yawns today because you've been up late reading the papers. There's a lot of complex and diverse material in our papers today. And the flip side of that for me is it shows the immense amount of work that goes on around the region, both led by Greater Wellington and in collaboration with many of our partners and community groups and so on. So it's a diverse agenda, and those who manage to stay through the whole meeting, we will all learn a lot. But we begin our meeting with a conflict of interest declaration. No, apologies. So we have apologies there are no apologies, but online we have Councillor Saw and Councillor Gaylor. Is that correct?
Gaylor's online, Saw is not online yet.
Okay. Welcome, Penny. So there are no other apologies received. Okay. So moving on to conflict of interest declarations. Members, are there any conflicts of interest to declare? Councillor Makadini. Okay, thank you for letting us know. Councillor Saw is present. She's just trying to get connected, so we'll bring her in as we can. Thank you. Item 3 on the agenda is public participation. We have 6. She's now online. Thank you. Welcome, Councillor Saw. We have 6 presentations from the public, which is always a delightful way to start our meeting because that's what we're here for. We're here to serve the public, and it's wonderful to hear from you directly, and we have a number of topics. So I'd like to invite forward first Peter, Bruce and Robin to speak about Petone to Granada, and we have 5 minutes for each public participation, followed by questions from the committee members, and if you could introduce yourselves and your group at the beginning of your presentation, that'll be wonderful. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you. very much, and thank you for your time, everybody. Welcome to our little corner of paradise, St Noster Park and the waterfall. And we're here to talk about the Petone to Granada Road. Okay, not doing very well, are we? Okay, thank you. The yellow diagonal line goes from Johnsonville at the bottom left up to Tawa at the top. So just orientating you with what we're going to talk about today. The width of that line represents the footprint of the motorway, and a similar width will be seen in the red line, which is the proposed route for the Petone to Granada Road, or in fact, motorway, 4 lanes. And the little yellow arrow to the left of the red is where we took the photograph from, to show you the beauty of St Noster Park. Now the road goes through Gilbert Bush Reserve in the bottom centre and St Noster Park. And we're here as local residents, supported by Granada Village Community Association, Newlands Paparangi Progressive Association and Woodridge Planters, to talk about why we are opposed to that particular route and why we are opposed to the way it has been done. We are not per se opposed to a road. We've got no particular view on whether there should be a road, but the route we disagree with and the way it's been done. So why a road? So I'll just move on to the next slide. To cut peak travel times from La Hutt to Petone, basically, is the reason for this $2.5 billion road, and an alternative route in case of blockages on State Highway 1. Why did the NZTA choose that particular red route? There was a green route going through an open area, which they rejected and seems on the face of it more benign, and there was a blue route that was left over from 2015 when they discovered that particular route did not actually meet earthquake standards. So they've chosen the route, although they have a lot of criteria, they've basically chosen it on roading issues, which are listed there. Why do we not like the route? Well, it goes under 2 lots of housing. And when they build tunnels under housing, the houses become uninhabitable, or can do. So there's a lot of houses lost. But just say we're talking from the Granada perspective, not the Petone perspective, and there's a group there that also is concerned with the road there. Huge loss of nature through those reserves, right through the centre of them. Recreational tracks destroyed, community restoration projects ruined, and another blow to the Pororoa Harbour. Basically, it will transform the suburbs for the worse. And we also object to the way it has been done. It's been done under the fast-track legislation. In this particular case, it's taken a particularly road-centric view. Public transport has not been considered at all, and we've got a paper on that which you would have been sent. No consultation, information sessions only, although NZTA did take on a couple of points and steer the road clear of heritage in Petone and the precious waterfall in our area. No right for the communities to submit to the expert panel, which makes a decision. So if you're the local church, St Michael's in Newlands, and you've planted 5,000 native trees in 5 years, why haven't you got the right to tell the deciding panel what you've done? You have no right at all. It's not democratic. And the homeowners, stressed out, anxious, not knowing what's going to happen to their homes, and now that the Petone to Granada has gone on the back burner, stressed for the next decade or two. Are they going to be out of a home or aren't they? So we have real problems with that. It undermines the trust that people have had over the years when they've contributed to their local reserves. So I'll just take one example, or 2 examples from that group there. 92-year-old Joe, I'll call him, local rest home, hospital level, potting up trees, and we asked him, why are you doing this? And he said, for the future. Not his future, because he passed within a month or 2, but our future and the generations that follow. And the youngsters there planting Northern Rata, part of an 800-tree northern rata forest. Young, idealistic, passionate about what they're doing. How disillusioned will they be when the bulldozers come in, be it 10 years or 20 years, undermining the trust that we all have for the concept of a reserve?
Peter, we're just coming up on 5 minutes soon.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
So you have a voice, we don't. So we're just asking you to oppose this particular route, and we're asking you to have a read, if you would, little story I wrote, which is an allegory for what's happening now. And I think, Bruce, you wanted to say something we shouldn't forget on all this, just to literally 10 seconds.
Thank you, Peter. Just very briefly, on top of the environmental and the ecology and all of the matters, those the important things that matter, another point I just want to make, even though it's not really the regional council, really, is the human factor. There is now, according to NZTA, 200 homes directly affected. That's 200 families are going to either lose their homes, move from their homes, or whatever. We can't get from NZTA what definitely affected means, other than possibly purchased and people move away. This is heartbreaking for families. It's absolutely distraught. And very quickly, the second quick thing is you can't look at the effect by simply a line drawn on a map. A line drawn on a map means nothing. It only means a projected way. What we have done is we actually have taken the measurements actually as predicted or as provided to us and have scoped it out on paper. This is just our layperson's version. And as you can see, the footprint is huge.
Thank you.
Is massive.
Thank you, Peter and Bruce. Well articulated. This afternoon at our Environment and Climate Committee workshop, we have a presentation on Greater Wellington's role under the fast track legislation. So that will be of interest to you, and we can make sure we circulate that information afterwards. Questions from members to Peter and Bruce. Councillor James.
Kia ora, thank you for presenting. Largely agree with everything you said. So myself and Councillor Ponta attended a briefing at NZTA on this and the other state highway projects in Wellington a couple of weeks ago, and what NZTA said to us is that they were not going to submit this into the fast track process, that it was paused. So I'm just curious, what have you guys heard from NZTA directly? Does that match up with what they've been communicating to you? Have they said any next steps?
Yeah, they were public servants doing the job as best they could, and they communicated well with us and told us that. We would like it off the agenda. You know, there's a lot of stress on people, huge stress. It's not going to go. There isn't the money there. $3 billion can be spent in other ways. There are other solutions. Get it off the agenda, please.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Tupou.
Kia ora, Peter. It's been a while since we worked together on the Whaitua committee. Are there any, I mean, you might know more than me on the details, but are there any streams or tributaries that may be affected by the proposed road?
Yeah, the Pororo stream will be affected because there'll be more runoff. There'll be taken away of the native bush. There'll be flash flooding and so on. So inevitably, when you play around with nature, you do a lot of damage. In this case, the Pororo stream. They're not putting the road through the base of the gully. They're putting it on the sides to try and avoid stream damage. And that's the best I can say. But I think, taking your introduction, Councillor Duffy, if you denude these very steep slopes of vegetation, given Wellington's rainfall, you're actually asking for trouble.
Thank you. Councillor Ponta.
Kia ora koutou. So I know you're not here to sort of pick between the options that have been considered at various times. And clearly there's only one option on the table just at the moment. But of those other lines that you showed on the map, do they represent a better proposition in terms of impact on the local environment and community?
They do. Option 2 is particularly good from our point of view. From the people in Petone, there are still issues. But option 2, that area has been developed now. So the option is being closed down steadily by the development that's going on. But if they want to act on that, they need to talk to the developer mighty quick. And from our point of view, it's a way better option, even if it doesn't meet everything that NZTA wants. And it will be more resilient, way more resilient. Yeah.
Councillor Johnson.
Did you say that it's been paused at this stage? So for that period of time of the pausing, what are some of the plans that you and the community have to try and get your views across other than with us? Because you've got a pretty active community. Phil and I both deal with it. They're very concerned about the environmental impact on the harbour as we are. So I'm just wondering if you've been thinking about some of the plans. Are there petitions going? I think you've already done one. What other things are you thinking about?
Well, there are 1,300 people on the Facebook page, and we had on a miserable King's birthday, we had 88 people go out and walk through one of the tracks to show their opposition to this. We'll work with the community, but we think it'll probably never happen, to be honest.
Yeah.
But there are valid points about what is to be done, and I think we collectively need to look for a solution that solves the problems that we have and do it in a non-partisan way. I mean, Minister Bishop did come out, and we commend him for that. And other politicians have taken an interest, but I think we have to work together to find a solution.
Yeah.
And the community will play its part.
That's good.
Councillor Rhodes?
Oh, excuse me. I understand the preferred option includes a tunnel. Is that on that red route that you've identified there?
Two tunnels are on there.
Oh, yeah. And do you see it as a major advantage to the selection of that route?
No, I actually see it as an engineering nightmare. Very expensive, a 400-metre tunnel wider than the terrace tunnel, and another one 200 and something metres long, wider than the terrace tunnel. I think it's unrealistic. But what they've done is they've opened up the reserves. By doing that, they've opened up the reserves to basically use that reserve land. So that's why they've done it. There are better options through the flat land that is currently being developed.
Thank you very much, Peter and Bruce, for coming in to speak to us today. There's also some relevance with a paper later on our agenda about the Porirua Harbour Accord, so you will be interested to read those papers and perhaps listen into that conversation. And when you're next organising a walk around, feel free to send me an invitation. I'll share it with the committee members and some may wish to come along and see the place. Thank you very much.
I'd just like to acknowledge a couple of our members too in back, Tim and Robin. Thank you. Cheers.
So welcoming forward Matt Titcombe and students from Wellington East Girls College to update us on some exciting things that we have heard a wee bit about in the past, and it's always good to get progress updates. So, yes.
So, kia ora koutou. I'm here to introduce Audrey, Taylor and Lola, who are going to speak about, I suppose, a journey we've been on for the last 4 years with Runa and the Beachwise Trust, and about the unique learning opportunities that are in place in this community and these initiatives that are going on. All right, so I'll let the girls take a seat.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for taking the time today to listen to us speak. Since 2023, outdoor education students from Wellington East Girls College have worked alongside Runa and its prototype site on the shores of Wersa Bay. Through the Manamoana space, students are moving beyond learning about sustainability in the classroom to becoming active kaitiaki in our local marine environment.
Our projects address the needs of the coast, from the intertidal zones to the deeper kelp forests. Students work with community members and experts, applying practical skills and biological monitoring to support a resilient ecosystem. Pawa Nursery. Students are testing innovative powerhouses that provide shelter for power during their most vulnerable stages. These structures can be monitored and may support future reseeding across the bay. Anemone Garden. Clay ball pots create specialised microhabitats in intertidal rock pools. Their textures and channels provide anchoring spaces for anemones and other small organisms, increasing biodiversity along the shoreline, with the potential to provide an accessible space for the community to explore and learn. Waka Building. Helping construct the traditional waka, Te Rangatai, connects cultural heritage with science. The waka provides a platform for learning to sail, but also a platform for research, including monitoring plankton levels and water temperatures.
Students have compared Wersa Bay's biodiversity with established marine reserves, including Taputeranga and Kapiti Island. Using underwater photography, video, and 1 square metre quadrants, they assess the health of each ecosystem with a particular focus on paua populations. As expected, the marine reserves have greater biodiversity and larger paua. However, Wersa Bay showed potential. Students found suitable rocky structures and coralline algae, which are essential for paua survival. The challenge is that Wersa Bay is not a reserve and faces greater human pressure. Our findings suggest that active restoration and community protection could help juvenile paua survive, mature, and return to the ecosystem.
Working with scientists from NIWA and the University of Otago, we are testing pottery ball pots and specialised powerhouses. The pottery ball pots are made from pH-neutral clay, reducing the risk of chemicals affecting the marine environment. Their microtexture copy neutral surfaces while internal channels help retain moisture during low tide. This testing phase will support the development of an endemic garden, creating new habitat as well as educational opportunities for local schools and communities. Our long-term goal is to establish a blue belt around the boating club. In partnership with iwi and the wider Wersa Bay community, we hope to propose a no-take zone where marine life can grow without the threat of harvesting. This vision connects generations and places young people at the forefront of marine stewardship. It encourages the whole community to see the health of the bay as a shared responsibility.
The Moana Mana project is more than a school assignment or a scientific study. It shows how students, supported by strong partnerships, can create meaningful change in their local environment. With your support, we can help ensure that future generations inherit a marine ecosystem that is vibrant and full of life. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our blue backyard.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing that rich detail and update for us. I don't think I've ever actually explored an anemone garden. It's even hard to say, but clearly we need to. Questions from members? Councillor Saw. Oh, yes.
Morena Koto, and thank you so much for coming in and telling us about what's happening over in Whetū Kairangi. I was just wondering if you could tell us a little bit about, because you guys are year 12, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So, and this program's been going for a little while. So, what is it that you learnt about this particular part of the outdoor ed program when you were in younger years at school, and what are you hoping to leave for future year 12s in this outdoor education component you guys are working on?
I think because outdoor ed is an option for Wellington East Girls College in just year 12 and 13, and I think it was quite a recent thing from this year that we I guess dive deeper into our outdoor education system and realize that we don't just, I don't know, I guess we have fun, we play around, but it's also really cool to be able to be part of things like this and be able to have a voice in such important things for our community, and especially as a girls' high school. I think it's amazing that we can come here, talk to you all, and I think that we'd love to be able to set up a pathway so future students, I guess it's easier for them to have the voice like us and create better opportunities and to just be more influential to the community.
One more question. Would you be able to invite us out to come show us? Can we come see some of your work one day? Can we arrange that so some of us councillors can come and have a look at your project on site? And that's my last question.
Yes.
And thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate it.
Ngā mihi nui. Yes, we would love to be able to show you all our work we've been doing. Our whole class, Outdoor Ed, has been working hard, creating powerhouses, and I think it's really cool for the community to be able to see what we've done, see the actual physical work, because it's not just, there's a lot of behind the scenes, but it's cool to be able to see it taken into action and being used.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
I've got two questions. Firstly, what are the powerhouses made of? Is it sort of like terracotta, and do you guys make it or do you import it? How does that happen?
So we make them. They're out of concrete, but we have been researching different ways and more sustainable options we covered on the ball pots, which are made out of clay, which are a bit more environmentally friendly, but we create the ball pots and the powerhouses at school. We created one yesterday,
How big are they?
About that's a metre.
This,
Squared. Yeah.
And the second one question I've got, so you're doing this through Outdoor Ed. Does it actually also go into the environmental studies paper? Do they get credit for that?
It's in sustainability.
Yeah.
So it's in the sustainability curriculum, which unfortunately is phasing out. So
Yeah, that's sort of what worried me.
yeah. So
I heard that it was. Well done. When you get as old as me, you'll go back one day and say, I did that. Well done.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tupou.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for sharing this project with us. I gather that your big ask and perhaps an objective by the time you've finished your Year 13 schooling is to have put in place this proposed blue belt no take zone. So I'd be interested, perhaps you might be able to provide us with some mapping, a diagram of, you know, what areas you're interested in zoning off before our, perhaps alongside the chair and officers can look at whether we even have the authority to do that. But I think even if it's a, you know, a voluntary no take zone that the community comes on board with, I think, is that your ask?
Yeah. The voluntary no take zone is our ask, and we have maps where we place our pole houses so we can definitely send them through.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in and updating us and being clear with your ask and hopes. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ngā mihi nui.
Have a good day.
Kia ora.
And next we have Dean and Ingrid from Boat and Beachwise Trust. Thank you. All yours. So there'll be, if I didn't mention earlier, there'll be one bell at 4 minutes to just give you an idea that you're getting close, and then a double bell at 5. Thank you.
Cool. Kia ora tātou, ko Dean Stanley toko ingoa, and I'm from the Boat and Beachwise Trust. And
I'm Ingrid Harder. I'm from Yachting New Zealand, so the national body that looks after clubs and sailing.
yeah, this is really just an update for you guys and to foreshadow you on where we're going. We were here 2 years ago talking to some of you, and some of you are new since then. Basically springing off the backboard of the kids that came before these kids, saying, look, we need to do something about this no-take zone. So we came along, and since then we've set up a working group with those organisations that are represented on the board there, and had half a dozen meetings. We've got to a point where we're about to go out for community consultation on some ideas for the bay. You asked for a map. Brilliant segue. That's the blue belt zone. So from Sutton Wharf to Pukapuka Point, and the various dots in there, I won't go through them, but they're the monitoring processes that kids are using with a bunch of tools that Otago University's helped us develop. In terms of the no-take zone, it's that dotted line just around, for those of you who are familiar with Wersa Bay Boating Club down in Wersa Bay. And there are the projects that are underway. So Penguin Hotel, that was the first one we did. That was Wellington High School. And we've got the first guests checked in 2 years ago and are returning. The Akonga at Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Ngā Mokopuna have been growing kelp in the kelp forest. Paua Hatchery, these guys talked about, and Enemy Gardens underway, and the Underwater Art Trail and Crayfish Nursery are coming sometime soon. So that was the background. Out of that working group, our chair-leader, Councillor Saw, and her offsider, Julianne Genta, and myself and Owen, this is down at Wersa Bay about a year ago. We worked with that group to come up with some community consultation boards that have been sitting down at Wersa Bay for the last year around establishing what we call a marine management area, and with the name Te Kahu Moana ki Kakariki, so a cloak of protection over the ocean at Wersa Bay. We fed that information into the Coastal Reserves Management Planning Update, which got published at the end of last year, and there are a bunch of actions there on the right, or a policy statement for Wersa Bay, and 2 sets of actions. which we're now working through. And again, I can leave you to read through that rather than reading through it right now. But essentially, it's around exploring some of the ideas that we've had for Wersa Bay and going further with it in terms of designs and ultimately getting into engineering and ultimately implementing them if everybody agrees to the direction of travel. And in particular, some work around, because it's a very important part of Wellington, from Kupe through Tara, through Nake, before all of that, and into Ngāti Ira and Ngātara and the naming of the harbour, a lot of that all happened around Wersa Bay, and even then once Taranaki Wainui turned up and Te Atiawa connecting with Heberley and the pilot and the settler ships coming through. So there's a lot of significant history for Wellington, and part of one of the goals is to interpret that with signage and so on around the place. So what have we been up to? We've been working for the last few years really alongside Victoria University at the architecture school there and some of their students. So a little bit further on from the school sector, we've got more students involved a bit further up the chain. And they've come up with some renders and ideas, taking what we've been talking about and turning them into some pictures that can see. So that's Wersa Bay, and there are kind of 4 zones. Again, I won't get into too much detail on all of them, but the first one is in and around the place called where the beach pavilion is, and the girls talked about outdoor ed more and more, where this is getting, Matt's got his stand-up paddleboards and kayaks there, and there's a bunch of yachts, there's wing foiling boards, there's wakarama that we want to put into place. So the idea is to increase the storage there, create a waka kohanga to get some of the extra gear we've got, and then a classroom in the dunes. Moving along a bit, this is more about kind of the events that happen down at Wersa Bay, is creating a ramp that comes from the grass down to the water, and also stopping the dunes going further back onto the grassland, which gets used for major events and so on. Then over this area, there's a plan to put in place a community aquaculture container for raising critters to put back into the sea. So the idea is that it sits there and it's opens up and has tanks and so on for students and community to grow species to head back into the sea. And then the final area is the anemone garden that the girls were talking about, and the idea there is you've got all those pots and a kind of a boardwalk that goes around it and connects out to the existing diving board. So those plans are been worked up. We're about to publish them with a document alongside of them. There are also education events, cultural and recreation work streams that are underway. You heard the girls talk about Runa. That's now a nationwide program. Well, actually, it's gone international and won an environmental sustainability award this year. We're working with Wellington NZ and Yachting New Zealand on a festival, the sailing festival, so a major event for the city. We're working with City Council on whakateara whiti, storytelling in and around that place of all those key significant things there. And then also the putting in place planning for an underwater sculpture trail, which can become a tourist attraction for the city. Globally, they're taking off around the way, and that's kind of the vision and aspiration there. All of these things students are engaged in. So we've got a survey that's about to go live 1 September, and from here we've go live with the online feedback form. We've got a bunch of consultation workshops and hui set up, from community through to environmental groups through to consenting and approval folk from the 2 councils. And then on the 5th of November, we'll present the plans to your colleagues in the City Council, the equivalent committee, along with the feedback, and then work out what the next step is from there. So kia ora tātou everybody. Thank you very much for listening to us briefly this morning, but that's where we're up to.
Thank you very much for updating us and keeping us informed. I'll just kick off with a question. How is Greater Wellington supporting you at the moment, and how might we support you in the future?
Yeah, so Megan's been amazing actually. She's been chairing our meetings, and I think we've had half a dozen with that group that's along the bottom there. So there's a couple of reps from City Council, Taranaki Wānui, Doc, Niwa, and the schools and the club. And yeah, we've just kind of been working out where it's got to. So we've come up with that concept of Te Kahu Moana being a community-initiated cloak of protection. So with a social license, not necessarily a legal license to deliver it. And so, yeah, basically we're working along there. Now we have Emma Sinclair's joined the group as we're getting to the point of, okay, well, we need to work out how we consent this thing. And we've got the similar equivalent people from the City Council in a kind of a subset that are working through it. So
Wonderful.
Council's been sharing and is helping with the consenting process.
Great to hear. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
I think it's really exciting, so thank you. I hadn't seen the previous presentation. I've got a couple of questions. One is, has Centreport been involved at all? Have you spoken to them?
No, but good idea.
Yeah, I think it is a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be worthwhile talking to them. And I'm not sure, but they have a wharf that they're not too keen on somewhere around that area. That's why I think you should talk to them. And the second thing that I was interested in with it is, do you see a connection with the existing aquarium that's around the coast?
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
The concept of bluebelt sites is that they are stepping stones to marine reserves around the country, and adjacent to yacht clubs around the country. So we started off here, but it's now being set up around the country. Also in Chile and Vietnam, I might add, have picked up on the process. So that's the notion, that they become stepping stones to marine reserves around the country, and yet totally connected with whatever's going on in the space where you are.
And the third question comment is in regard to the sculpture, underwater sculpture. I think it's the sort of thing that you could launch basically internationally and get artists to pay to enter, because they will. I've seen it happen all over the world, and that's a very good fundraiser and would attract quite a lot of sponsorship, but I reckon it'd be an absolute winner.
Yeah, there's some really spectacular sites around the world now, and yeah, the idea is to be ambitious with it, so that it's it becomes a tourist attraction for the city. Yeah. You went to Te Papa. Have you also been to the sculpture trail?
Thank you, Councillor Free.
Yeah, thank you for the amazing work that you've been doing for quite a few years now. I just want to question the voluntary no-take zone, including Seaton Wharf, because that was refurbished quite a while ago, and I do know that there's a lot of locals that do love a bit of line fishing. I'm just thinking, has it been considered to actually exclude the wharf? It's right on the edge of the proposed.
Yeah, I'll just go back and explain that, Sarah, because it's nowhere near the wharf, the no-take zone.
Oh,
one
of the pictures showed something with a dotted line around it.
So
this one, that one there.
So the dot there from Taupakupaku Point to Seaton Wharf is the nominal blue belt site.
Oh, okay.
So that's where we're monitoring changes in ocean health.
Okay.
And then if you zoom in, the no-take zone is literally
right.
Yeah, it's almost like a couple of rugby paddocks. It's kind of nothing.
Because I had some unease expressed to me from the community around that, so that's really good to be able to clarify it for them.
Even like getting into the weeds here, but there's a spot that when we rebuilt the buildings become quite a popular fishing spot, and we envisaged people would still fish from there because they'd go over those dotted lines with their lines, but wouldn't go into the Pawa nursery, for instance, and nab the Pawa that are there.
I think they must be concerned because I've seen that other dotted line and not realised that that's just a blue belt.
And that's a little bit about coming out, starting to go through this consultation process and having hui and workshops and so on, so people can come and question us in more detail around what we're thinking, and we can get feedback on it and adjust accordingly.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying, and it sounds like your communication and approach is appropriate and will enhance community understanding and awareness of the project, the initiative, and the benefits. So thank you for coming in today.
Yeah, kia ora
Appreciate
tātou,
your time.
Ngā mihi nui to those Wellington skills.
Yes.
Bloody brilliant.
May I welcome Janice and Rob Ford next to speak to us on a less salty topic, something a little bit higher up in the forest, the Paikakariki to Pawa Tahanui Trail.
Do you want to run that?
Okay, kia ora tātou. I'm Rob McIntyre from the Kapiti Coast Trails Trust, and this is Janice Hill. I'm just going to introduce myself, then hand over to Janice to go through half of the slides, and then she's going to hand back to me. So Kapiti Coast Trails Trust is a recently established charitable entity covering the Kapiti area down into Porirua, and the overall strategy is improving the trails, recreational off-road trails network right through Kapiti, and I'm based in Porirua personally, so I'm sort of a Porirua local trustee. So I'm going to hand over to, just in terms of my background, I used to run the Wellington Tourism Organisation and the Wairarapa Tourism Organisation. Before that, my business destination planning is involved in sustainable regional tourism planning, so managing tourism in a way that gives back. But I do a lot of work on trails, so I've been involved in trail reviews for the likes of the Timber Trail, the Mountains to Sea, doing feasibility on new sections of the Around the Mountains Trail, but also at a local level in developing trails from being on the tools to contracting major projects and doing the resource consents. So hand over to Janice.
Kia ora, I'm Janice Hill. I am also a founding trustee of the Kapiti Coast Trails Trust. Previously worked at the Kapiti Coast District Council, managing the tracks and trails and in terms of asset management through to marketing and promotion. I'm now currently the Rimataka Cycle Trail Great Ride trail manager, which is Wellington's Great Rides, and also a tour guide for cycle tourism. So this is a passion project for us, and a community voluntary organisation. So the first thing I would like to say is that this is not what we envisage the final name of the trail to be. It is a working title, and just because it's a Paikakariki Te Pauatahanui is quite a long thing to type, many times we shortened it to P2P, but we absolutely do not intend that to be the trail. We hope for a more culturally and significant name to be gifted, potentially. Okay, I need to go forward. Oh, there we are. There's a delay, sorry, apologies. Right, I'll get the hang of it one day. So this will be a little bit difficult for you to envisage, but if we can start at the left-hand side, which is the northern side, this camera angle, if you like, is taken from right out sort of halfway in the sky between Kapiti Island and Mana Island, looking back at the hills. And the central sort of physical line you can see through there is actually Transmission Gully. From the trail runs from Paikakariki through Queen Elizabeth Park under the highway at Mackay's Crossing, and then up Whoriroa Farm along Campbell Mill Road. That is all existing trails, so it's shown in green. And then we start moving into the Akatara Forest Park, where there's a little squiggly orange line which goes through about 2 kilometres of pine forest, and then up into the Kaieni area of Mount Wainui, sidles around the northwestern flank of Mount Wainui, and that's all in orange until it reaches the green again. That's an existing farm track, an old farm track right up on the ridge. You can't see it from the road, but it is there, quite high, and where the orange and the green intersects is actually the high point. I'll come back to that. And then along, running south, a new squiggly orange line, which would be a new downhill or uphill track, and then along into next to Paikakariki Hill Road. This proposal is, and it is still a proposal, really is a missing link between the Wellington Trails Network. You can see that there's the Kapiti Coast Trails and the Akatara Forest, and then there's the Porirua and Wellington Trails. So what we're proposing is really to provide that missing link. In total, it's 35 kilometres long. We're only proposing to build 19 kilometres. The rest is existing. It would be shared between pedestrians and so runners, walkers, and also biking. Very intermediate style
very accessible for most people of average ability. No steps, which is a big contrast to how it is at the moment. A big focus on trapping. It's effectively a big trap line as well. It's just for time summarising, really a destination trail, a destination quality trail that will attract locals and new outlet, but also regional and national, potentially even international tourism, because it's stunning. It really is about giving people access to old growth forest and in a really responsible way. That is a view from the summit, if you haven't seen that already, on the top of Mount Wainui, which is pretty spectacular.
So is that the 5-minute bell, sorry?
It is, yeah. So just last words to wrap up if you
Okay.
can. You can include some of your other content and answers to questions as a sneaky way to make some more points.
Yeah. Basically, in terms of strategic fit, it fits with your parks plan in terms of cross-park and joining things up. It's going to provide better access for mana whenua to a significant maunga for them. It's in the Wellington Regional Trail Strategy. It's in the Regional Economic Development Plan, and it fits with the National Trail Strategy. We've done work on an ecological impact study to answer those questions about can a trail be built sustainably, net positives out of that, and we've done an economic impact study which shows that there'll be great returns from it. So just in terms of next steps, we're really here to, this is part of the process, to seek in principle formal support from Greater Wellington Regional Council to go to the next stage. So that's not giving us a consent. There's still all that work to be done on feasibility. It's to go to the next stage to do full feasibility and further investigations. And that will enable us to then negotiate properly with NZTA because it is a resource consent condition of Transmission Gully, and they have to come to an agreement with PCC and KCDC to meet that condition, and then they have seed funding to go towards it. And in terms of mana whenua engagement, we've just had Ngāti Toa generously pro bono deliver a cultural impact assessment. I know you're hearing from Robert on the harbours plan later, so I won't speak for him, but that's the stage that we're at. So.
Thank you very much. Questions from members? Yeah, Councillor Johnston and then Rhodes.
Rob, thank you both. So that's really good to hear from you. So one of the things I'm interested, you did an economic impact study, and my understanding is that international trails like us are actually really valued internationally, and increasingly we're attracting more people into New Zealand for these trails. Did your study include any international visitor potential or numbers?
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, one of the key things about this trail is it'll start out and it's very close to the local community, unlike a lot of the great rides which are out in the middle of nowhere, so they rely on tourists more. So it'll start out with local use and there's always local community benefits, and then over time it will become much more of an international draw card, and it's really critical in terms of transforming Wellington from an area that we know has great trails, and we're very proud of Rimataka and our mountain bike trails. But if you listen to Tourism New Zealand or any international media come and look at New Zealand as a biking destination, Wellington's very much second, third tier, and connecting up those missing links, creating those multi-day trails. The impact is kind of 3 million in the early stage per annum, going up to 13 million per year as more of that international visitor spend comes up.
My second question is with the trail, for either of you, Jamie included, our weather is crap, a lot. Are you allowed to use that word? But is it quite a protected trail because of your bush line?
So absolutely, we intend to build this under the canopy, and that's a key factor. However, through that you get view shafts out, and it is spectacular views as well as the summit. We're not planning to build to the summit or over the summit. It's definitely down about 120 vertical metres down from the summit. Mount Wainui, if those of you who drive Transmission Gully will know, often has its head in the clouds. There's no point going up there on those 100 days a year when there's no view, but when there is a view, we intend that you'll leave your bike and walk up on the existing tramping track to get that incredible view. It's also very important, significant to Mana Whenua, the summit, and yeah, there's no, from the weather perspective, Mount Wainui has a really, it's a three-way watershed. It has a really important effect on the weather. In fact, it protects the Kapiti Coast from most of the southerlies. But it does mean that those eastern faces and the southern faces are cold, like significantly cold. If you've been through the Akataras in winter, you know that. The northwest face, which is what we're talking about, is remarkably sunny. It gets the last drops of sun. You get spectacular views, and we're really talking about keeping in that shelter. So shelter from the wind, yes, we know the westerlies are prevailing, but you get the sunshine. And even I've been up there in June, July, August, and it's on that space, it's remarkably warmer.
Thank you. Councillor Rhodes and then Councillor Ponta.
Porirua City Council are advising landowners wishing to do some development at Pocock Hill Road that there may be some risk of a track crossing their property at some stage. I was wondering whether that was a fair comment, or are you proposing to go up Pocock Hill Road within the road corridor?
We are basically still working with Porirua City Council on how they want to approach that part. So we need to find a connection from Patanui to Battle Hill. But this project can be done in stages, and the main proposal is if we get Battle Hill to Whareroa and get that connection, and we can work on the other connection later on. Obviously that's going to have to be worked through quite carefully with landowners there. But I mean, the original plan under the Transmission Gully project was coming into Flighties Road. That was a terrible option because the trail went up and down like this, and even once you get onto Flighties Road, it's not a safe, good riding experience. So we can go stage one, get Battle Hill to Whareroa done, and take as long as we need to work through those issues with landowners and find a solution for Patanui to Battle Hill.
Can I also add to that? There is sufficient road reserve on Pocock Hill Road. There is. It was originally State Highway 1, and even though it's a two-lane country road, there is a lot of road reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Ponta.
Is the fact that NZTA still holds a lot of land associated with Transmission Gully, is that holding you up in any particular
No.
way? Okay.
No, the key thing we need now, so NZTA have put in writing to us that they prefer this option to their original, which was the gas line, but they want to see initial indicative landowner support in principle before they will sit down and make an agreement between the trust for this for that funding.
Okay.
So they're looking to apply that funding to this, which will be approximately half the build cost, and then we can, but it will allow us to go to the next stage to develop the feasibility, the business plan, etc.
Okay, cool, thank you.
And so Greater Wellington is one of the landowners because of the Akatarua Forest Park, Battle Hill.
Probably the primarily important one, and the land in Mount Wainui is the most sensitive, and that's why we got the ecological impact report done for that area. So yeah.
And are you in conversations with officers about a letter of support in principle or something like that, so you can go to that next stage of releasing the funding and designing, consenting and so on, which is quite different to the permissions required under the Parks Plan or the consenting?
Absolutely.
That's later stage.
So members, as a committee, we can't resolve now to give in principle support, but anyone who has thoughts on that, I guess, feed it through me and I can convey that to officers, because they will need to make that decision at some point and provide a letter of response to the trust. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in and informing us.
Thank you.
We've been informed and updated a lot this morning, and there's more to come.
You're
right. May I invite Ken and Jamie from Coast Road Wainuiamata, neighbours of Gabriel, almost, to come and speak to us on regional flooding. Gabriel and I visited Ken at his property down Coast Road earlier in the year, which was wonderful to talk on site. So I think you're going to address some of those issues with us today, Ken. So first ballot 4 minutes and then winding up after that. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Is that it there?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, I'm Ken Jackson. and I appreciate the opportunity to share our concerns here today about a resource consent that was granted by Greater Wellington for a 30-year clean fill at 1044 Coast Road, Wainyamata. My family have farmed next to this property since the 1850s, and I have witnessed the area where the clean fill site has predominantly been underwater. Basically, what we have is a commercial-sized clean fill on a well-known floodplain in the middle of a valley with a very high wind zone, high rainfall, a major meandering river on one side, a stream on the other, and numerous identified wetlands all around it. This completely goes against everything that is recommended for a suitable clean fill site by the Waste Management Guidelines. Yet, this application was processed as non-notified when it was a non-compliant activity. It has been brought to our attention that the correct procedure has not been properly followed due to the section 91/1 of the RMA. Greater Wellington would have been well aware by the application that the proposal requires a Hutt City Council resource consent for land use, and Greater Wellington should have paused their consent process to align with Hutt City to get a full understanding of the true environmental effects. This almost certainly would have changed the notification decision to either a widened, limited notification or potentially the correct decision of a fully notified application to assess the environmental effects on the wider community. I will now put up some photos while explaining what they show.
And there's a slight delay on the clicker, so there you go.
Oh, okay. First one was already up. I'll go back to that. Yeah. Okay, this is River Edges modelling that was employed by the applicant for this thing. That now includes the stormwater flow, which was only done after the Commissioner requested it through the Hutt City Council process. Philip Wallace from River Edge Consulting only supplied the stormwater modelling just prior to the hearing, and it was based on a fairly minor localised event on the 21st of June 2021. That flood has a 2-year return period. We believe it should have been modelled on a weather event from the 6th of January 2005, which produced 444 millimetres of rain over 2 days at Rumataka Forest Park, which far exceeded this modelling. Photo 2. This is a photo that I took on the 20th of April this year, which shows more water. It's a little bit hard to see, but it was more water than the paddocks, my paddocks, than River Edge's modelling, even though it was also a reasonably minor flood compared to past events. The next one's not coming up. Oh, yeah. Photo 3. This is a photo of the 2004 flood when comparing it against the flood modelling by Philip Wallace in the next photo. This photo was taken at 4 p.m, approximately 10 hours after the peak flow time. His modelling was based on this photo and then had a climate change factor added. Also, the 2004 flood was only a 1 in 20 or 30 year flood on the Wainyamata River, not the 1 in 100 year that it should have been modelled on. This is a photo of the flood modelling done by River Edge, which compared to the last one. Right, this is a map from Greater Wellington, 2011 flood modelling showing most of the clean fill underwater. And the red line is the 1 in 100 year flood, and beyond the red line includes climate change. This is the more recent flood modelling from Regional Council in 2023, which doesn't include stormwater modelling. The blue dots show the houses or approved house sites just upstream from the site. So you can see where the clean fill is, and the houses are just upstream from it. Right, so photo photo. This is a map that shows the more recent NIWA flooding, exposure flood modelling. In blue, this includes an allowance for climate change and stormwater on top of a 1 in 100 year flood. This is what we should be allowing for future developments. Again, you can see the vulnerability of the coast road and the houses just upstream from the Cleanfield site. The large area in purple is the catchment for the localised flooding, of which the bulk of it crosses the road by the yellow dot and then follows a stream next to the road, which I have marked in a thick red line. This continues onto the main river. When the main river is also in flood, the water tends to push back upstream, so basically the localised floodwaters have nowhere to go but to spread out exactly where the 2 metre high, 10 hectare clean fill is proposed to go. This in turn will then force the water over the road and behind the existing houses, potentially making the road impassable to all the residents south. The thin red line is where the river used to flow, and from what I can see is meandering back that way again towards that clean fill.
Thanks, Ken. Any last comment to leave some time for questions?
Yes, just a little bit to go, but not too much. It's okay.
Try and
just
move to a
okay. There's many other reasons to why the site is not suitable for a clean fill of this scale, such as a major meandering river, wetlands, sediment release, noise, dust, traffic, which I don't have time to talk about here today, but I believe there is enough evidence to show that there was not sufficient or accurate information for Regional Council to process the consent as non-notified. I believe that there needs to be a complete review of the flood modelling for both the Wainyamata River and the stormwater to give us a more accurate model of the safety for the local residents. It would be greatly appreciated if we could have some consultation with Regional Council's flood experts on these issues to give us some assurances that there will be no exaggerated flooding due to the clean fill.
Thank you for your presentation, Ken. Questions from members? Sorry, Councillor Nigel, Elder.
Thanks for coming in and sharing these concerns with us, Ken, and for illustrating what the actual flood risk is. Can you share any additional context with us on why that site has been chosen by the site owner for landfill, or sort of any of the...
Well, he owns it. Initially, he was looking at, when his initial consultation was including it potentially to build houses on. He pulled that out of the consent. He was also looking for a quarry. He pulled that out again, so he could get this over the line. I'm presuming he'll go back to that, but yeah, that I think is the reason. His positive effects is it was meant to be all from Wainyamata, and its closest clean fill site. Which is incorrect because he can bring it from anywhere, basically. He's a large property developer, and yeah, so that was the reasoning, because it's local. Yes. But that's gone. Yeah.
And by way of a follow-up question, can you do you have any data for us on what the impact on use of the Wainui Road will be in terms of vehicles delivering that clean fill to the site?
Yeah, well, I'm in contact with Hutt City Council. We tried to take it to the Environment Court, but we realised that was going to be far too expensive for just a handful of people to take, and there was some pressure that they would be going us for money, so we pulled out of that. But I have since contacted Hutt City Council to try and do a full road safety audit, because the road itself is dangerous even now. When he applied to put trucks on there was an old clean fill site, so his modelling had 240 trucks already on the coast road. We had a road count done, and it showed 1 on average per day, which is about right. We don't get trucks down there. There's no forestry down there anymore. So, yeah, the road's a massive issue, and it's a dangerous road now. That's going to just make it more dangerous, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Councillor Rhodes.
Just a quick one. The 2-year flood event is kind of interesting.
Yes.
Who decided that that would be acceptable to model and present in a resource consent application?
Well, we went to a hearing. It was a commissioner. He accepted it. I can categorically say it's way off. So yeah, he accepted it, but it was sort of done at the very last moment. Like, this should have been done right before it went to regional council to put a clean fill on a floodplain. It should have been done right up front. So it wasn't even in the modelling, which is, I would say, why we're not notified, or partly. Yeah, it should have been, in my thing, at least partially notified.
Thank you, Ken. So sort of to sum up, there's two main concerns. One is around the interaction of flooding and the clean fill, so that's the physical, and then you've also raised a concern about the process of the consenting that was followed.
Yes.
So we can come back to you on, obviously we can't respond to that without some advice, but we can come back to that.
There's one other point, is he's done a lot of river works there. He's pretty well straightened a kilometre of river. He had 20, 30 tonne diggers in there for months.
So there's a compliance with consent.
There's a compliance issue. As far as I know, there's a complaint in there. There's been no action taken on anything he's done on that property over the last few years, and he's done massive amounts of earthworks. There is a lot of sediment that has gone downstream, and it would be great to get someone from regional council to come out and have a look. The amount of sediment that has drifted downstream onto the neighbouring properties. It's a massive issue.
Thank you, Ken. And I do know we have some information we can share on those three different concerns you've raised. But just to finish off, Councillor Tupou, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Ken. I've seen flooding over the years, and driving up to the golf course, and it's as far as the eye can see. Having been involved in an emergency response. Now, the question is the complaints, because residents have sent me evidence and video footage of the alleged river works, and I've encouraged residents to send it into the appropriate authorities. Were complaints made, and have you received any responses since?
There's pretty well, we don't get much back. I haven't actually made any complaints, but there's been a lot go in. Past clean fill stuff that's gone down there, there's the amount of earthworks that's been done there is massive, and in my understanding he hasn't had consent for it. Like, I think all property owners should have the ability to do a certain amount, but what he's done is massive, and it is having an effect on the neighbours. So
just a second question.
Yeah, it should be in the system. As far as I know, there has been a couple of follow-ups, but we don't get anything back.
Briefly, Councillor Tupou.
Thank you. That's all. Oh, just one thing, Mr. Chair, is the road.
Yes.
Because I know that's a poor quality road. Has Hutt City Council actually responded or made a commitment to upgrading the road?
Yes, I've had communications with them. They've got tubes out at the moment doing a road count. I've asked for a full safety audit because there wasn't one done. In the application, there was next to no information up front. We went and done we got an extra road count done, which showed it completely different to what was in the application. It was miles different. So,
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Appreciate you bringing those issues to our attention, and I will we'll get some advice from officers and respond and share that with the committee members to make sure we're closing the loop. Thank you very much. And last in for public participations, I invite Sandra Stevenson to come forward, speaking about Belmont Regional Park.
Lucky last.
I hope you've learned a lot in the long wait for your turn.
It's been really interesting. Okay, sorry, just to get myself organised. Glasses on so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, just go work out how to work this thing. It's just the arrow, isn't it, to the right? Okay. Okay. Thank you for having me speak today. I've
talked to a few of you now and met a few of you, and yeah, thanks for having me. So I'll just start with slide 1. So Belmont Regional Park is a unique 3,500 hectare park with around 1,000 hectares managed through grazing for generations. Grazing has helped shape the open landscape people know and value today. As Tony Teerling Fire Risk Assessment states, farming is a major contributor to reducing fuel load in the grassland environment, as well as maintaining access routes throughout the park's landscape. Let's go to the next one. There we go. Okay. We question why 310 hectares should be retired now when it could remain available to the new grazier. The network plan was presented around ecological restoration and planting, but Greater Wellington does not have the funding to plant everything being retired. So why remove grazing before there is funded or practical alternative? Infrastructure of national importance runs through the proposed retired areas. In the event of a wildfire, protecting this infrastructure could be complicated by the presence of potential unexploded World War II munitions, particularly where the health and safety of firefighters on the ground cannot be adequately managed. Next one. Oh, sorry. Go back. Nope. Sorry. A grazed fuel break can reduce grass height and fuel loads, but it does not remove all the material that can burn, nor does it guarantee a fire will stop. If 310 hectares are retired from grazing, fuel loads will increase in these areas. With potentially very strong El Nino expected this spring and summer, now is not the time to increase unmanaged vegetation across Belmont. Tony Teerling recommends vegetation-free fire breaks and part of his fire risk assessment. We would like to know where these fire breaks will be and how they will work alongside Greater Wellington's proposed grazed fuel breaks. Again, the season of planting includes Manuka and Kanuka, which, as we have highlighted prior, pose a fire risk. Okay, this is Stony Knob today. Open, accessible and grazed. Why retire areas like this before the Belmont master planning process is complete? Keeping grazing as an interim land management tool until the future of these areas have been properly determined. Oh, sorry. Okay, so for you guys that aren't familiar with the park, I hope you are looking and seeing actually the park, because it does show you a lot of the landscape, and it'd be great if, I think, if there's an opportunity where councillors could actually have a look at the park for themselves and see the value of it and what it means to us as park users. So the same applies to Brady's, Lewins and Badgents. There's a large open areas currently maintained through grazing and includes some of the best pasture in the park. There is little benefit in removing grazing if the funding and resources are not available to properly manage the land once grazing stops. These areas provide valuable, high-quality grazing. Okay, this area raises another issue, Belmont's military history. Ammunition-related material has been found around the park. The historic military activities creates additional risks that need to be understood. Land management and fire mitigation decisions should take these hazards into account. NZFDF cannot guarantee all risks have been removed. We also understand that Tony Teerling was not informed about the potential for unexploded ordnance before completing his fire risk assessments. Whitegate, White Lane and Heffernan are all proposed for retirement. These areas connect towards Kelson and contain important recreational routes with the loop from Boulder Hill to Hill Road car park. Again, why make these significant land management changes before the master planning process is complete? Sorry, I'm nearly there. Kilmister Block. We already have examples of what can happen when grazing stops. Gorse is a huge fire risk. The retired Windstone block shows how quickly gorse can spread across open country. Natural regeneration isn't necessarily native regeneration. Without sufficient management, weeds and gorse will become dominant, changing the open character of the park so that many park users value. Okay, waterways. This is why we support targeted restoration of waterways. Instead of simply retiring hundreds of hectares, prioritise waterways, environmentally sensitive areas for fencing and planting, why continuing to graze the surrounding pasture until further restoration can be properly funded. Sorry, I'm nearly there. Okay, roadblock was retired after the network plan was adopted. The photograph shows how rank grass and gorse developed amongst the planting. We don't want to see this repeated across another 310 hectares. Greater Wellington has already retired more than 100 hectares in eastern Belmont over the recent years, including the Windstone Block, Lady Di and Roadblock. Why not concentrate the available planting and maintenance resources on these areas before retiring another 310 hectares? And then, military history. Belmont also contains the remains of former World War II ammunition magazine complex, where historic disposable and demolition activities occurred. Potential unexploded ordnance adds another layer of risk. These hazards should be carefully understood and incorporated into wildfire and management planning. And this is the last one. The France example, this is the recent France example, demonstrates why historic ammunition sites and wildfire shouldn't be considered separately. With potential hot or dry conditions ahead, Belmont needs protective management. We support restoration, but it must be practical, funded and safe. Our message is simple: don't retire land until you have the funding and resources to properly manage it, and until the risks have been mitigated. Grazing is not the enemy of conservation. It is a land management tool that can work alongside restoration. Retiring grazing to just the tops also raises serious animal welfare concerns. These areas are extremely exposed and windy, and stock needs access to gullies for shelter. I know from personal experience how strong the winds can be. I have struggled to stay on my bike in these conditions. So let's protect Belmont's environment without losing the open, accessible and well-managed park our community values.
Thank you, Sandra, for coming in and sharing your perspective. You've asked a few technical questions in there, so if you could send them through to me afterwards, we can get a response to those.
Sure.
That we obviously can't respond as committee today.
Cool.
And then this afternoon, you're aware that there's a workshop session on
Yeah.
the master planning process and an update on the grazing licence, and you're able to stay around for that, I understand. So that's a chance to have some further discussion. Questions from members? Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Sandra, and thanks for bringing it on emo, because I believe it's from a presentation I went to recently. It's a super on emo, and it's expected to hit this side of the island quite a lot. You've been riding there recently. Is there any indication that the grass is, like I know it's winter, but is it looking like it's long? Because if it's not broken grass, if it's longer, it's worse.
It's very long, actually. Paul Nation, who would have liked to be here today and he couldn't, he has got the technical side of it, but I didn't want to bore you guys with that. But there's been no animals in there since January now. So the grass is actually in beautiful condition. It's all long and lovely and lush.
Edible.
But we're about to, but we still haven't got animals in there. I know this is part of what you guys are meeting with this afternoon. So the problem is that we're very close to spring, and it's going to become dry and windy very quick up there because it is very windy. I do have a big concern that it's going to be a fire risk very shortly.
Thank you.
And with also the El Nino weather predicted for this, spring, summer is another big concern.
Councillor Elder and then Councillor Rhodes.
Were you going to use that, or who's going
to? Thanks for outlining those concerns, Sandra. As a near neighbour of Belmont Park and someone who lives downwind of the prevailing wind to the park, I am very worried about the fire risk. Can you give us some additional context on the risk to neighbours as opposed to park users of both fire and vegetation risks?
I'm actually a neighbour. I live at Sweet Acres Drive, so I actually look out to Belmont. I look out at Boulder Hill from my house. I can see areas where they're going to, that's going to be in retirement, like Whitegate and Heffernan and all that. I suppose, looking back at the fire risk assessment, I actually, as a neighbour to the park, have to do fire mitigation to protect my property from the land use changes that Belmont, that Belmont's going to have with the changes to the land use. So I think there is a big concern. I don't think no one knows. Like, I haven't actually spoken to any of my neighbours really about it, but I think people don't know. People that surround the park don't know the risks that are going to happen, and it's not now. It might not be in 10 years, but 20, 30, 50 years, it is going to be a concern for everybody.
Councillor Rowe.
And secondly, on the unexploded munitions concerns, I did see the recent footage of what happened in France with wildfires burning over the top of World War II munitions. Have you had any discussion or contact with the NZDF on the status of unexploded munitions in the park?
Yeah, I've had 2 responses from them. I think I've sent it to, I'm not sure I sent it to everybody, but yeah, they basically have said that they can't guarantee that there's nothing. You know, they've done the best that they can, but they can't guarantee that there's nothing there or any unexploded ordnance that could be a future problem with the land use changes and if there's a fire risk. But they have also said very clearly that it's not their responsibility anymore. It's now Greater Wellington's responsibility. So I think that needs to be taken into account as well. Like they've removed themselves completely from all risk.
Councillor Rhodes.
Thanks for coming in, Sandra, and giving us such great photographs of the block. They tell quite a big, powerful story. I was interested in the ones showing all the grassed areas in the area to be retired, and they sort of showed the areas seem to have quite high recreational value. So I was wondering whether you thought there was a case for revisiting the 300 hectare retirement block and maybe preserving some bits and pieces in the middle of it or something.
And I think definitely, like, you know, there was a slip last year around Stony Knob, and I do agree that, you know, that area, places like that where it is prone, you know, could be planted. But there's just so much of it. I don't know how, I mean, even the planting, I mean, I think I do worry about the rabbits and the hares, and they're going to eat all the plants because it has happened so much through Belmont over the years. But also there's a great route that I think people don't even know about. Like you can actually walk or bike around Stony Knob. It's a track that already exists because obviously Transpower use they've got their Transpower lines, and then obviously that's another thing too. So there's potential for that to be part of, you know, like a whole bigger track that people don't know about. But it's not going to be able to be accessible if it's all weeds, rank grass and gorse.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and we will talk more on this topic this afternoon in our workshop.
Okay.
Appreciate everyone who's spoken in public participation and for patience, but I have been tolerant with questions and time because it is very useful, in my view, to hear from the public that we serve and to understand the nuances of the many and diverse issues that we have a connection with as Greater Wellington. So moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is confirmation of the public minutes of the meeting on the 18th of June. I move that they be accepted. Would someone second that? Is there any question about those? I don't see any, so all in favour of accepting those minutes? Against? Phew. One vote ticked off. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item. So we have, we're going to reorder slightly because we have a guest presenter for one of the items, but we'll move on with the current order at the moment, and then we'll reorder soon. So the next item is 2 papers around climate change. So welcome forward, officers. First one is a climate change strategy implementation plan. So this follows from our previous Environment Committee and Climate Committee meeting where we talked about the strategy, and then there's an adaptation plan. So are you introducing the first or both, Jake? The first.
The first one.
Okay,
yes.
so just for the first paper on climate change strategy implementation. Welcome, Jake. Please speak to us. And
Thank you, Chair. I'm presenting this on behalf of my team member, Angela Sutherland, who is ensconced at Te Papa right now with the Adaptation Conference, Association of Adaptation Professionals. I'll just take the paper as read because I know time is short, but essentially this is a tidy up of our existing 10-point action plans you might have heard of, and which are essentially a summary of all of the really big climate actions. And so instead of having 2 10-point plans, we now have what we're proposing is 1 12-point plan, which very much reflects the status quo of the existing climate change program as opposed to being a push for anything new at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just for collective understanding, We previously had two separate action plans. One was related to us as an organisation, and one was related to the region and our role as a regional leadership and so on. And we are smushing them together, if I may use that verb, into one strategy, which we approved last time and will go to council soon. And then today we're approving the implementation plan of that strategy that we discussed last time. Am I correct in my understanding there?
That is a good summary. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Questions from members? Councillor Free.
Yeah, I just looked at reducing organisational emissions as a strategy. And I understand there are things that can be done, of course, but I did wonder how much influence we would have over things like the emissions of Centreport, and whether you can comment on what realistically we might expect Centreport to do.
Through you, Chair. Centreport has an emissions reduction target of 50% by 2030, and they've taken strong action over the years to achieve that, and we set expectations through the statement of corporate intent.
Okay, cool.
So we're not involved in the nitty-gritty to any extent, but we have an ongoing relationship there, and we set those expectations, and they've been very good at pushing that plan forward.
And would that be true? That's really, really good to know. And would that also be true of the stadium, which is another entity listed?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Yes, yeah, we're working with the stadium. We assisted them with our LED lighting upgrade around the concourse and car park and other areas, and we're working with them at the moment on a solar energy project. So they probably don't have the level of planning in place that Centreport does, but they are quite a lot smaller by comparison. And yeah,
thank you.
Perhaps don't have the same resources. Yeah,
Councillor Ponta.
The only thing to add to that response in relation to Centreport is that our policies don't cover those things that happen on the sea side of the wharf. So the vessels themselves are covered by the MARPOL agreement and other international conventions. But Centreport has been investigating shore power for ships, which would mean that they would plug in to the grid effectively, rather than necessarily burning diesel or bunker oil.
And so Councillor Ponta's question there is he correct in those statements? Just to turn it into a question.
Through you, Chair.
It's always good to correct the Chair.
Is, yes.
Thank you very much. My question is, in the process of smushing these two plans into one, 10 points turns into 12 points, has anything been jettisoned that the committee should be aware of before approving or recommending this to council? Of substance, we don't mind a few words being taken away because there's too many words in the world, but anything of substance.
Not of substance. So there are actions that were fully complete, so and had been, or ones that had been subsumed into business as usual. A lot of actions have actually been rolled up into a single action. For example, reduce organisational emissions action number 1. I think encompasses like 3 or 4 of the original actions. And if people want to dive into the detail of what are, all of that, there is actually a second emissions management reduction plan for the organisation, which is managed at an officer level.
Thank you, Jake. I don't see any more questions, so appreciate. Oh, one more question, Councillor Elder.
Yeah, I'd just like to have a closer look at paragraph 15 of the paper, which states that there are no additional cost implications for council. This plan is clearly establishes 12 priority areas through to 2030 and is intended to inform the 27-37 long-term plan. Can you explain in practical dollar terms how these priorities can be delivered at no additional cost?
Through you, Chair. The additional cost that we're talking about is relative to the existing long-term plan and existing commitments of council. So if the actions, of course, themselves have costs, but the decision here is to consolidate 2 plans into one without actually adding any new actions. So that is where that statement comes from. We're not asking for additional resources that are riding on the approval of this plan. In terms of what the actions cost, well, there's a great variety of things in here. There's adaptation. There's all sorts of things. I think the new long-term plan is a chance to take stock of that, and if through the process of the long-term plan the council's priorities change and certain things can't be supported, well, then this plan would have to change again. Yeah.
And some of those changes might be about the timing or the scale of action. So the strategy or the action might still remain, but when we do it and how big it's done and how much it costs and things are those sort of long-term plan type specifics to be worked through.
Correct. And I might also add that you might note that there's no dates in here. So it is very much a high-level summary. Things like timing of when things happen, they sit elsewhere. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jake. This is a for decision paper committee, so the recommendation, we'll move to that next. I can't see any further questions, so appreciate your advice. Oh.
Yeah, I've got a question. Hello.
Come in, Beeman Yardner.
Cool. Hello. Just a couple of questions from me. One was from page 16 of Diligent around the implementation plan, and some of the examples of what the activities will include. Is there an opportunity where some of the, I guess, actions we'll undertake will also create, it says it seeks to achieve co-benefits for the environment and community in number one. I think there's also other benefits as well that could be more efficient use of resources, or there could be some financial benefits downstream as well. Is it possible that these points will also make that obvious or make that clear, and when it's not as well? So in the sort of LTP trade-offs, we're able to see what some of the benefits are beyond reducing emissions and co-benefits for environment and community. I think there are some actual organisational and financial ones as well. So my question is if that's possible to include that in any future analysis. I don't think there needs to be a response to that. And my other question was about I think it was something about expanding. Where is it? Here we go. Proposed adaptation measures that might include revenue diversification. It'd be really great to see a workshop or some conversation around what that might look like. What kind of legislative changes may we require that would enable us to, create the, I guess, where we can encourage the behaviours that we want that will help us do that work through financial means. So those are my two, and also what is possible under the existing legislation. So those are my two questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Saw. I can see Jake has been taking notes, and that's the sort of thing that we can work on after the meeting to provide that information and those considerations through to the
yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Conversations to come. Unless you wanted to respond directly with any particular thing now, Jake, but otherwise we can work it through. Thank you very much. You're relieved?
I'll start the table and summon my colleague, Melanie Bart, for the next paper.
Yes, but we just need to do the debate and decision first, and apparently you're not allowed to stay there while we debate and decision, lest you get hit by something. I presume that's the reason for the rule, I don't know. Thank you, councillors. So the recommendation is, if I can find it, that the committee recommends to council that the climate change strategy implementation plan is adopted. So this will then go to a future council meeting for actual adoption. So this is a recommendation to council. Would anyone like to move that? So Councillor Connolly would like to move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Rhodes, would you like to speak in debate, Councillor Connolly?
Yeah, I guess I'd just like to remind everyone that in 2019, this council called a climate emergency, and it was kind of a popular and trendy thing to do at the time. But this council went so much further by actually defining what actions we would take towards achieving the climate emergency that we had declared. And I guess I'm always proud of that, and I remain proud of this plan as a way to deliver on those commitments. Climate change is the existential threat of our time, and it's turning out maybe to not be quite what we envisaged. Instead of completely wiping us out, it's just going to cause more risk, more flooding, more drought. It's going to cause the extinction of the hoiho penguin from Otago and so many other precious species, and it's just going to leave us in a more risky and less vibrant world. And so anything we can do to reduce that risk is welcome by me. And I guess I'm just sad that we're not in a position to go further. If we had, for example, pushed further on our electric bus projects, we would be in a better place to weather the current petrol and diesel crisis that we're experiencing at the moment. So there are practical issues for us in not moving faster here, but this is a good balance between what we can reasonably do and whilst maintaining the goals that we set for ourselves. So I'm happy to recommend that we adopt the implementation plan.
Thank you. Councillor Rhodes, would you like to speak in debate? Okay, anyone else like to speak? Councillor Tupou and then Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a very comprehensive strategy. It talks about us modelling as an organisation, the very principles that we stand on. I ask that, and I'm sure the team will do a good job at ensuring it's accessible to the community, that it's readable, and I think sort of less is more in this day and age, but to show that we are modelling the very principles of kaitiakitanga. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
I just want to highlight the fact that the term climate emergency brings out a lot of emotive virtue signalling rather than any hard, fast data. New Zealand's share of global greenhouse emissions is 0.17%, and Wellington Region's percentage of that is minuscule. So our global contribution to emissions is something like 0.004%. These measures will make absolutely no discernible or measurable contribution to global emissions reduction, but it will put costs onto Wellington ratepayers, Wellington regional ratepayers, at a time where we're facing a global cost of living crisis. And I would like to be certain that we are not spending money to achieve nothing through this process.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so just briefly from me in debate, this conversation and the questions have highlighted some of the challenges ahead with our long-term planning, because it's one thing to have a strategy and an action plan, it's another thing to turn that into real tangible change and to be able to afford that and fit that amongst our other priorities. So to my mind, it is good to have that strategic direction, that imperative behind things, and then we have those challenges ahead to work through over the next year. So thank you everyone for your contributions, and we'll move now to vote on this recommendation as it was recommended to us. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? One against. Would you like that recorded, Councillor Elder? And that is passed. So thank you very much, committee. Moving on to the next paper, and welcome back, Jake and Melanie. Paper is organisational climate adaptation plan, which follows on from a risk assessment that we received at an earlier meeting. So I'll leave officers to tell us as succinctly as possible what we need to know.
Yep. Thank you very much. So this report, I will take it as read, but just a quick summary. This organizational climate adaptation plan highlights that we're in a good space. We are not starting from scratch, which is a really good thing. We also highlighted a few gaps, especially in financial settings, planning and governance settings, and also on delivery. And we've also identified or proposed adaptation measures to close those gaps. And now the work is to take those measures and see how we can consider it into the long-term plan.
Thank you very much. In this committee, this is a for information paper, so it's time for questions now, but there is no decision to be made here. So what questions do we have around the table? I don't see any, so there you go. The paper must be fulsome and comprehensive and self-explanatory and not have too many acronyms that didn't make sense. I did have to stop for a few times and work out the difference between an OCRA and an OCAP, but I eventually sussed it out. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, let's move now to the Environment Group Activity Report from Te Rōpū Taiao. Are you speaking to this, Fatima? So,
yes,
over to you.
it is a pretty comprehensive activity update, so I will take any questions and will lean on officers to respond to them if the committee has any.
Thank you. A lot of content, a lot of for me, it's always a fascinating read because it highlights the diversity of activity around the whole of the region and the diversity of our region even. So questions to understand and clarify. Councillor Connolly first.
My eyes went straight to paragraph 32, which was around pest animals and the fact that we'd had a 56% increase in the number of pest animals culled. So I was quite excited by this report. And really going to think I have a lame life. I told my husband last night, it is good news. I was like, guess what? We've had a 56% increase in the number of pest animals culled. And he said, is that because there are more pest animals? Which wasn't the conclusion that I had jumped to, but I thought that I had better ask that question. Is this a good news sign, i.e. that we're getting more, it suggests that because of use of thermal hunting that we're getting better at our hunting techniques, or is it a sign that just the pest animals are proliferating and there's more of them to kill?
Fantastic question. Thank you, Councillor Connolly. It's a little bit of both. Pest animal numbers are increasing across the landscape and across the region where we're not controlling them, but primarily the increase in culling is because we are more effective using more technology better.
And I guess what evidence of both those factors do we have? Or what evidence is there to support what you've just said?
For the former, we have monitoring that we undertake and monitoring Department of Conservation undertakes across the landscape, plus anecdotal reports from staff and members of the public who are out observing. And in some places, like in the Wainui Mata water collection area, we've got a network of trail cameras capturing images. And then in terms of the effectiveness of our control, the numbers of animals destroyed.
Thank you. And just for those listening, the response there is from Jack Mace, who's our Director of Delivery. Can I just add a follow-up question on that? Is part of the increased numbers related to increased effort because of increased investment in our last long-term plan?
Yes.
That was a nice succinct answer, wasn't it? Councillor James.
Just following up on the pest control stuff, I saw under the Pukaha work that the rabbit control is going well, and there's extra cost recovery rabbit control work. What does the extra cost recovery refer to in that case?
So normally across the region, rabbits are controlled on a cost recovery basis. So there's a rule that sets a maximum number or density of rabbits on private land, and at that point, the landowner must control them, because many landowners don't know how to effectively control rabbits. At that level, we provide a service of expert pest control, and then we charge the landowner, we send them an invoice for the cost of that. It comes back to us, so it's cost neutral for the council. The work around Pukaha is a little different in that there's it's a site of immense significance to Rangatane and the people of Wairarapa, and there's a population of kiwi there, and in the past ferret incursions have led to like massive declines, up to 50% in a 2-week period of the kiwi population. Controlling ferrets at a landscape scale is difficult to do. You've got to have a very, very large scale because they can migrate tens of kilometres. And so one of the most effective techniques is to keep rabbit levels low. 97% of ferret prey or diet is rabbits. And so if you can keep that number low on a sustained basis, then you keep the ferret population low. If you allow it to rise up and then crash, that's when you see a build-up of ferret numbers and their prey switching to other species like dotterels or kiwi. So the rabbit control there is to support the Pukaha Trust, which is a community-owned trust that runs that facility to prevent that incursion and that decline in native species. So it's a little different to the other stuff, but it sits within a wider program of work that's a real rabbity hotspot up there.
Councillor Johnson.
I just want to ask about Battle Hill, and you've got that nature playground, I think it's called, which is fantastic. But the local community have been asking questions about what it is and who's paid for it. Of course, they always ask questions like that. But I think it's a fantastic innovation, and I really would like to see us try and just publicise a little bit more of our good work using social media. It's really active out our way. I don't know if Jonathan Collins, does he work for us? He does more publicity about Battle Hill and that area than we ever do. If he doesn't work for us, he damn well should, because he really puts out a lot of stuff and a lot of information. And I just think we do such good work and we're not telling anyone. And we need to be telling people what we're doing. And I'd love to see something like that because there is community interest. People love Battle Hill. So I just wanted to say, well done, but please tell people.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that feedback, and I'll pass it on to our comms team and see if we can whistle something up specifically around the nature playground and around Battle Hill.
Yeah, that'd be good. And use social media because it seems that we must be all old folk out there that still use it. So.
And councillors, we have a role in that too. I've often taken excerpts from our activity report and used it on my communications with the public.
I do that quite
work,
frequently,
so
but
encourage you to.
You know, I just see so many opportunities missed, and I spend quite a lot of time cutting, pasting, sending, but I just think it would be helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Saw, question online.
Cool, thank you. I just always appreciate reading this report, seeing what the Ropu Taiao team is up to. Two things. One, did this amazing catchment event by Enviro Schools miss the deadline for the report, which that happened last week at Happy Valley. So a bit sad that wasn't included with the photos. And my next question was around our fish passage work and just maybe jogging my memory around what the sort of funding arrangements of our ongoing fish passage work was, because I think we had a discrete amount of funding last term that helped us do that work. So just wanted a bit more detail about that, and why wasn't the Enviro Schools event included? Thank you.
Thank you. So Jack, will you respond on fish passage?
I can respond on the fish passage. So we have had a 5-year funding agreement with the Ministry for the Environment around fish passage, which has just come to an end at the end of June, and that was a joint program between us and Ngati Roa Rangatira. We do have a small amount of ongoing funding to enable us to continue works, but it is a substantial decrease in the overall funding package. We're also looking at working with MFE to see if we can extend some of the funding for capital works into this year to allow us to continue to deliver them. I don't have the exact figures to hand, but sorry.
And on Councillor Saw's other question, perhaps, which might have just been an event that was too late for the papers,
Yes.
perhaps Nicola, as catchment director, you could circulate to committee members the some photos and what happened, because it sounds like it's exciting.
We can act it.
If Councillor Saw,
That was awesome. I was there.
were you aware of it too?
We can probably add it to the next report because that's coming up very shortly.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Thank you.
Second question from me, sorry. I'm just wondering, at paragraph 7, it talks about spraying diquat over the Parangarahau lakes, and that caused me a bit of kind of a... so I'm just... but obviously appreciate the fact that invasive weeds aren't great either. I was wondering if we've... what the mātauranga around that is, and what guidance Mana Whenua has given us around how to deal with the aquatic weeds.
Thank you, Jack.
I can't speak specifically to the mātauranga, but just to reassure councillors that the Parangarahau lakes are managed under a co-management arrangement with Taranaki Whānui. There's a sort of complex land ownership between Greater Wellington, the department, and the Port Nixon Block Settlement Trust. And our teams work very, very closely with Ropu Tiaki, which is that group, to work out what the work program is there and make sure it's appropriate. I could ask David Boone if he has any further detail, but I did want to give that reassurance. We work very much jointly with him.
I guess I'm just wondering if there are any, if there is any mātauranga that might be able to be tested instead of wide scale nasty chemical use. And I'm a chemist, so I love chemicals. But
Just confirming, I've taken that as an action and will follow up. I can't speak on behalf of the Mataranga question, but Jack's absolutely right. We are managing everything at Paranga Rahu in co-management partnership with through Roku Tiaki, and that has definitely been discussed in that forum. But I'll follow up with a bit more info later.
Thank you. Committee members, just acknowledging that the end of this report has the action list in it, most of which are closed actions now, and some of them are coming to future meetings. So just drawing your attention to that in case there was any questions. But I don't see any more questions about this report, and it's just for information. So I'll draw it to a close. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time and effort from officers for sharing the diversity of activity with the committee. And please do use those reports as a resource to share with our communities what Greater Wellington is doing. And it's very handy to have it organised by catchment because it helps you find the areas of interest to geographic communities. Okay, I'll follow that up afterwards. Thank you. Committee, with your indulgence, we're going to move up item 13 on Te Awaroa Porirua Catchment Action Plan to now, because we have our guests and colleagues from Ngāti Toa Rangatira who have joined us. So, haere mai, thank you. Starts on page 312, members, and goes right through to the end. And it was a very informative and rich read. So kudos to everyone who's been involved in creating the words. Welcome to the table. There's 4 of you, so I'll let Jimmy and Co introduce.
Well, kia ora tātou, thanks for having us. And the opportunity to present on the Te Awaroa Porirua Action Plan. I'll let the members of the steering committee introduce themselves.
Kia ora everybody, I'm Ashley Saga. I'm from Te Ranga o Te Rangatira, but I sit on the steering board as the Ngāti Toa rep.
Kia ora, sorry about my voice. Robert McLean, Principal Advisor for Te Ranga o Te Rangatira. Nice to see you again.
Kia ora koutou, ko Heng Toko Ingoa, so I'm a representative from Wellington City Council.
Thank you. And we have apologies from Sarah McGill from Te Aki Y and David Stone from PCC who couldn't join us here today. I believe we have a presentation. I'm not sure if it's at hand. But just to say, grounding this plan in Greater Wellington's catchment approach and that strategic shift we've taken to work integrated way at place. So this catchment plan is the primary mechanism for moving us from strategy to action. And this one from Porirua is obviously the first of 5 catchment plans that Greater Wellington will have. So by the end of this year, Council can expect to see similar plans for the other 4 catchments, which will reflect the various levels of partnership and interaction that we have with communities in those. I'll keep going.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy, for keeping going. We'll find this presentation and get it up to aid you.
And I think this process has been led by the the Runanga of Ngāti Toa, and we've had active community input through workshops and prioritisation of this. And that's all thanks to having that Accord Foundation at the start, which was signed back in February of 2025. And the other catchments will be bringing plans which will perhaps have more of a focus on GW work programs and how we can collaborate and align that stuff better. And also that we don't have, and a lot of them don't at this point in time have that catchment-wide voice which we've been able to bring through the Harbour Accord.
Thank you. Would you like us to skip forward to
the next slides?
Next slide, please.
Oh, I've got it. Have I? Righto. There we go. So that's just illustrating its first of many. Hopefully that stays there. So I've just talked a bit about the context. So this plan has been grounded in an iwi-led Mātauranga Māori Ora framework, and I'll hand it over to Robert and Ash to talk us through a bit of that.
So kia ora. So the Māori Ora framework is really based on the original memories of the harbour, and I'm sure you've heard kamatua, like taku pārai speak about those memories of gathering kaimoana and shellfish and so forth, fishing. So it's really based on that history and those oral histories and moving around dealing with the pollution pressures that are currently affecting the harbour today, and then these practical actions, 20 actions, that address those pollution pressures to head towards restoration. So it's not like we're trying to turn back the clock to 1840 or some sort of restoration plan of the past, but a future revival of those memories. So future generations will have their own memories of interacting and connecting with the harbour. I don't know if you want to say.
I'll just add onto what Robert said. It's those memories are guiding the process. The hub is basically a swimming pool. There's not a lot that can be done in some areas, but there are memories of what happened in those spaces. So it might not be that we do anything through actual restoration, but it could be a way that we tell a story through a playground, or so that those sorts of elements are remembered. And because there's a big behaviour change part to this document, and so those are the kinds of opportunities that we can see happening. And yeah, a bit of an example.
Yeah. So we've got, next time. We've got 20 priority actions. Can you go back?
I have tried.
What, go back?
That's very responsive.
We could just go right round.
There we go. 20 priority actions that we've all kind of signed up to achieving these. Some of these are existing programs and enhancing those existing programs. Some of them are new programs or new projects. And as you can see, they're kind of grouped into sediment solutions, water sensitive catchment, thriving habitats, and harbour connections. So it covers the whole range of things we need to do to restore the harbour. And often these ones are in the non-statutory space. So nobody can come along and do a planned stop. We're not stopping. We're carrying on. I don't know, Hink, if you wanted to say anything at this point.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's really given an opportunity to bring all of these things together. A lot of these agencies are actually doing work on the ground already. And this was a really good way to bring all of that together, kind of share information in between agencies, create new connections as well. And we've seen how some of these agencies already start collaborating. So it's almost giving license to start collaborating more in that space. And it's brought efficiencies and a better focus on some of those actions.
Nice.
Jimmy,
Did that work?
Should I be the clicker?
Doesn't like me. There we go.
There we go.
So signing of the accord, what we sort of committed to do is to do things differently, because obviously what we'd done in the past, not to say that it wasn't good work, but it wasn't making the difference that was needed. So when we signed that accord, and particularly we heard from Ngāti Toa Rangatira that they wanted to see us do something differently. So some of these actions that we've got highlighted up on the board are tangible examples of that. So places where we've really started to lean in and do things like the one at the top there, New Pollution Shoreline Kaitiaki Role, that's jointly funded by PCC and Greater Wellington. There's other things like a new rural lifestyle property advisor to start targeting those small rural lifestyle blocks, of which we've got over 300 in the catchment. And then some of the other ones there, the Community Environment Fund, that's something that's actually happened already. So that was one that was just Greater Wellington and the Runanga, but now we have Porua City and Wellington City on board and part of that funding. And that went live on August the 1st, so the other week. So it's actually tangible stuff that's happening already. Te Aki Wai have committed to expanding their Know Your Pipes program in the catchment and doing that in a more targeted way rather than just reacting to resource consent breaches. So that's encouraging as well. And then we're trialling a new forestry incentive, which is another way of just trying to see what we can do above and beyond the regulations like the NESCF. Next slide. Yeah, so what this plan is about coordinating and aligning to get greater efficiencies. We all know we're working in a fairly constrained fiscal environment, so we've done a good job, I think, of reprioritising budgets and focusing on the stuff that came out of this that was going to be the most effective and feasible to do, connecting into communities, and then we're just linking these actions back to the outcomes that we're seeking. So, yeah. Kia ora.
Yeah, and I think it's really an amazing partnership, really, and the strength of the partnership and how we work together will achieve great things. And I can see that happening already. It is happening, and we're carrying on. And just to say thank you for all your support. And I know we've spoken before, and we've been to various events, and it just builds up these really solid relationship. It feels like a marriage.
What an apt note to end your presentation on.
Which I think the treaty was all about, right?
Yes, yes. And to my mind, it is inspiring to see the strength of partnership, the interagency cooperation, the interaction with community groups, the all working together to strategic goals. So questions from members. This is a for information paper, so questions to the team. Councillor Johnson.
Firstly, I never fail to be impressed when you guys come along and the work you do. It's amazing. This morning I was looking to see if I could find a website that actually really celebrates what you do, and I couldn't remember, Ash, what you said, whether it was in progress or where exactly it was.
We have a web page.
Yeah.
It came up on Friday that you can find the action plan, but it's not a. Yeah, we need a bit of a putia to get a proper web page going. But at the moment, there's a web page on the Runanga website, and it has links that kind of pushes you out to.
I'd certainly like to find a way for you to have some putia for that. Also, I was just thinking about the role that you're playing, and I know that I think you two actually have some science-based background, you know, your own qualifications, but I do think a lot of what we do is not well. Go on about my publishing again, but we don't promote well enough the science behind what we're doing, and we need to get more science out there as to what we're trying to achieve, what we're trying to protect, what the difference is. I think you know that I'm a little preoccupied about the stingray. Thank you for that report, Jimmy, that you provided for me the other day. But I just think our science information has to be out there in a palatable way that people can use, which is why I'm keen on the website.
That's definitely part of that Harbour Connections action. Oh well, space. There's a whole but once again it comes down to putia. But we have tried to do and be creative. Like we've just put Gita put up the seagrass video that we did together with the science in it. And so we do have aspirations to do that around all of the different programs, because we understand that the more people see what we're doing, the more people will get behind what we need to do. But yeah, we've just been really busy trying to get this action plan out.
And I think Ashley's a bit of a star in that seagrass video.
Thank you. Other questions, councillors? For Councillor Rhodes.
I was interested in the project about cleaning out sumps more regularly and trying to limit or reduce the amount of sediment getting down the pipelines and things. When I was working for Porirua City Council, I tried for many years to try and get the transport team engineers to clean them out more regularly, change the types of sumps so they're more efficient at capturing silt, and like talking to a brick wall because, you know, very hard to change engineers' minds. So I didn't achieve anything there. So I wonder whether you've got better news on this particular project than I've got.
Yeah, I think we will have, because Julian Emini, who is one of the Accord steering group members, he's subsequently just stepped away from it, is the transport manager at PCC and is committed to trying to make those changes there. Yeah, so I think we will see some progress, hopefully, Phil. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Delighted to have the progress and the fruits of your mahi in front of us today.
Kia ora, I should just add that you got the final draft in your package, but as of Friday we have a finalised document and executive summary that I'll leave some copies of here for councillors. So.
Could you make sure an email sort of version is circulated to
Yes,
councillors,
yep.
which then helps us pass it on to interested stakeholders and constituents?
Kia ora,
Because
thank
it's
you.
not just of relevance and interest to people in the Porirua catchment, but it's a model for what might be in other parts of the region too. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming in, Ngāti Toa friends. Now moving on to item 8 on the agenda, and I must apologise to Barbie because this is Barbie's first meeting as a member of this committee, and I failed to introduce Barbie at the beginning. I've already been to 3 meetings with Barbie, so it didn't occur to me that this is her first meeting. So welcome, Barbie, as the chair of our farming reference group and now member of this committee for the rest of the triennium. Over to you to speak to the paper and your reflections on your last meeting, and then questions from members.
Thank you. Well, I'll take the paper as read. There are several documents that sort of ended up in there, and I hope you've had the opportunity to read them. The general premise from the region is that August is always a tight month where we're waiting for the grass to start growing, the frosts to stop, and everybody to get ahead. The dairy farmers are almost emerging out of their calf sheds with all the calves born and into full steam ahead with their production with that. Just 2 things I wanted to comment on. One was that the Balanced Farm Environment Award entries are open. Now, this is a Greater Wellington Regional Council supported competition in our region, and we really need people from the West Coast. So, Penny, hope you're listening up there. We seem to be able to get entries in the wider Wairarapa area, but we really are looking for people through that Oharia Valley, Johnsonville, Porirua, and up through the Kapiti Coast. So if anybody's got anybody that they would like to nominate, that's all you need to do is go online, nominate, and we will follow up at our end with that. Simon, you have tried with Conscious Valley Meats and Hamish Best, and I text him every year, and every year he's not quite ready. So if somebody's got a better way of getting him to enter, because he's a great business that could be really well showcased and show what can be done in our region. But alongside that, the only other thing which I was going to do, give the guys up the front a video of, we had a very exciting new pest to put on our register the other day. The neighbour's airstrip had a seal on it. Now, we live 60 kilometres from the coast, so it's a well-travelled and well-adventurous wee number. Don't know where it's gone now. We went to bed on a Saturday night and woke up on a Sunday morning, 6 kilometres down the road on somebody's wood pile. And then after that, who knows where the little creature's gone. But yeah, maybe a new one for our pest register.
It wants a job as a sheepdog.
It was certainly very confusing for the farmer who was driving along, wondering what on earth was in his paddock that wasn't quite the right shape to be any of the pests he normally comes across. So, but if anybody's got any questions of me, more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Barbie.
From the report.
Members, any questions to ask Barbie? Councillor Connolly.
Just in terms of the flooding, I mean, we'll have ample opportunity to talk about that under the flood management plans. But I guess, did you want to? So Quentin and I went out and saw some of the farms affected, but I didn't know whether you wanted to just kind of provide more of a human context to that event ahead of those discussions we have coming up.
Yeah, thank you. It's very much affected the southeastern corner of the Wairarapa area, and the latter event would be up with Gabriel in terms of the severe damage. Because it's not a hugely populated area, that's probably gone a little bit more under the radar. Stock losses were very high. I see there was a quote there of 1,000. I know one farmer, James Bruce, just on the outskirts of Martinborough, lost over 300 heavily pregnant ewes, and a pretty devastating, nothing he could do about the situation that occurred. But you know, the next week was spent trying to clear those animals off his land, and that mentally plays with your head quite big time. As James has said, he's not after that. It's not the monetary value; it's the fact he's the custodian of those animals, and that's what really got to him.
and he's a pretty hard guy to bring down. So I think the general premise is that there needs to be a better look at rivers in terms of the adjacent land that's alongside. We do a very good job of protecting infrastructure on rivers, but we don't necessarily classify farmland as infrastructure, and I think that's what I've been hearing from those that are affected, is that they consider their land vital infrastructure. And there are certain areas of the dairy farm platforms that have been, if they're underwater for more than 7 to 10 days, then it's a replanting. The grass does not survive, and that has been quite significant down that central part of the valley. Slipping is the other big area that is of concern, and just as an example, my son chose to take his shorn ewes, and normally they leave the belly wool on the ewes, and it just provides them with a little bit more insulation through lambing and just these cold spells when you've shorn. He's chosen and taken the risk of taking that belly wool off because he felt that was just going to be a drag of catching animals in slips and creating more problems. So trying to be proactive, trying to think ahead and hope that he doesn't have animals getting stuck. But he's on that sort of light, loose, oozy country, and it will stay wet for some time. And then I think probably give me the next meeting I'll turn up to, we'll be looking for rain based on what the forecast is doing. So it's going to be a season of real contrasts.
Thank you. Councillor Freed and Councillor Saw.
Yeah, so I just want to pick up on this, that El Nino expectation of really dry weather. And I guess this is a wider question. Now that we've moved to Te Aki Wai, have you had any sort of heads up as to how that the new entity might be keeping the public informed and farming communities particularly about how we're going with our water supply?
Are you alluding there more to wider water storage?
Oh, if we need to have restrictions, I know how it worked in the past. Do any of us know how it's
Councillor
likely to
Free
be?
sort of referring to the metropolitan drinking water supply and the effect of the weather, because Fatima can give an update on where we're at.
And they have a different
I know
water entity in the Wairarapa.
Do they? Yeah, of course, yeah. But it's just occurred to me,
yeah,
what's going to happen going forward, and what can the public expect if we do move into drought conditions or dry conditions?
Thanks, Councillor Free. We will be bringing this as a paper to the next meeting, and we will be actually taking that paper first to the Farming Reference Group as well for their input around the impacts on the rural community, and then we'll be bringing the paper for our next meeting for a discussion.
The only comment I can make from a farming perspective is that there's been an awful lot of digger work going on dam maintenance. So the deeper you can hold your dam for stock water, the longer the water will stay in that dam area. And there's been quite a lot more fencing off of water dams to allow reticulation from that source rather than animals having direct access. But that's from a farming perspective of maintaining water. Stock water.
I've actually forgotten you're not in the Te Aki Wai thing in the Wairarapa. But
You've been promoted to Te Aki Wai.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
I'm
sure
happy
you
to
don't
take any water storage messages home.
But very pertinent
it's,
question.
It's
Thank you,
it's
Councillor
a
Free.
pet topic that is brought up at meetings. So.
Councillor Saw online.
Yes. Kia ora, Barbie. Such a shame not to be sitting next to you as we normally do. Thank you for your report. A couple of things, mostly related to other papers in today's agenda. What is sort of the farming community's sense of offspring pulling out, and how do you think we could manage some of those risks? I know you've brought it up before, so just wanted a bit of your perspective on that, given that in another paper that pulled out of work around Woodside. And then I've got another question around it. I'll let you answer that first.
Barbie.
Yeah, Osprey's a funny one because it's, I think there's a lot of confusion within our region as to what role they are playing. We've been lucky enough to have them come through and do possum control in behind us, but there's lots of areas in the region that are not getting any kind of control. I definitely see pest management moving into the realms of landowner responsibility far more now, especially with the demise of Osprey. I guess that playing field will change should we find TB in possums or our hedgehogs or ferret populations, and then some of those rules will have to change again. But as it stands at the moment, there's just a lot more pressure on landowners to be responsible for themselves.
And it may change somewhat. Local government reform changes too. Councillor Saw, did you have a second question?
Yes, I did. My second question was around a couple of papers we've got around the Ruamahanga and the Lower Wai river schemes. From the perspective of Farming Reference Group, given the work that's going on there as Greater Wellington, what is the feeling around future reorganisation? And is there anything that we can support you on with that, or are there some issues that we need to be aware of, or can you see a better outcome? Just really curious to know what the reflections of Farming Reference Group are around reorganisation and some of that work we do in flood protection and flood management.
I think it depends who you talk to. There's a lot of the wider farming community who don't believe that regional council are doing a good enough job of protecting their land, and that's why there has been a sort of an advisory group being set up with landowners involved in that. And I think it's some of it's that sort of just around messaging and relationships in the region, but certainly the general premise around gravel extraction, which isn't necessarily the Ruamahanga itself, but that gravel extraction and the tributaries that come in that lower valley area, is being a hot topic of conversation with people when I've caught up with them, but something that I'm probably not as skilled at because we're not necessarily affected where we live.
Yeah, I guess given the detail in those papers and just wanting to understand from the community's perspective, for sitting from my point of view, I'm like, oh, there could be a risk that some of this work might either not get picked up, or is it going to be, might it improve? And I guess my worry is the risk that we open the community to if we have a change of governance arrangements. Do you think that's a realistic risk for someone like me to have here at council?
Definitely a realistic risk. I'm probably not qualified enough to really comment on that, so sorry. I might have to defer to other landowners that are affected.
Thank you. Questions next from Councillor Johnston, Elder and Rhodes. Not all at once. One at a time, please.
Well, you might all say the same thing. Actually, mine follows a little bit on from Councillor Saws. So when I looked at the impact on the floods, I started to remember a time from another cyclone years ago where we talked about retirement of land, and that some land actually simply shouldn't be developed. And I know that never goes down very well in farming communities that have actually lived for generations and generations on this land, and it's supported them. But what I then started to think about is if that land is not retired and amalgamation comes along, is affordability and Wairarapa's intent in particular to go on their own, and what discussions have actually been had about the affordability, because if you don't retire the land, then you continue to have flood problems, you continue to have hazards and slips, and actually, quite frankly, fires as well with El Nino, as was pointed out across the table. And I just wondered whether the farming group has really been able to actually, because it is a real elephant in the room, what we should develop and what we shouldn't, but also future affordability, because I would hate to see a farming community broken and made broke by something like local government amalgamation, and God forbid you'll have to pay for everything because it will destroy the New Zealand economy.
I'm probably not going to be drawn into the amalgamation debate because I think that's going to play out in a different field. In terms of land development, I don't think probably in the last 20 years of my farming career that we've seen an awful lot of land development. What we've got is land that has been developed for some time. There's a change of land use around forestry, and I think we've seen huge planting programs around pole plantings to try and stabilise some of the more unstable areas, and that's looking as though there's been some pretty high success in that area. The general premise of this recent flooding was actually over flat land that's been in grass for 150 years. That's the stuff that's had the damage, which some of the farmers say it's part of the cycle because that then puts down new silt loam that provides them with good fertile. It just takes time for it to be re-established. The damage to infrastructure and fencing has been quite major. And yes, you can get into a debate and an argument around some of those more precious soils around the edge of Lake Wairarapa as to what should be happening with those. But I think in general, what has been affected has been land that's been farmed successfully for a long time. It's not recent development at all.
Yeah, it's more over whether it should have been developed at all in the first place. It's a philosophical question.
If we had stopped building houses in Petone, it would still be growing your vegetables. Unfortunately, we grew houses on some of our best land, and we keep doing that as a tradition. Yeah. So if you want food, we're going to need to have pasture land to achieve it.
You're being worked hard for your position today, Barbie, so you're going to earn your lunch.
There's going to be some philosophical debates. I can see over a cup of tea at some point.
Question from Councillor Elder.
Yeah, I just quickly want to come back to gravel extraction. It's obviously a perennial issue, particularly in Wairarapa. But do you have an FRG perspective on the commercial viability of gravel extraction as opposed to simply treating it as its removal as a cost to council?
It's not something that we've discussed per se at Farm Reference Group at this stage. The only comments I have coming out of talking to the group that have set themselves up around wanting to have a look at, with Shane McManaway leading it, around the gravel extraction and what the rules are and where they should sit, is that we're currently digging up 2 dairy farms to provide gravel for roading in the Lower North Island. So surely it's better to be taking it out of rivers where it's replenished through the natural events that we do have. So that's the feedback I've had back from discussions with those groups. I can't see that it's uneconomic because we've done it for years. And at the moment, the crusher just beside the Waiahine, which I drive past regularly, has got gravels in there that have been moved across from Patanui when we've got actually plenty of our own. We're just restricted on extraction.
Thank you. And it is a topic that has been discussed at the 3 river advisory groups and will be covered in these coming papers. So, good question. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you. I went over to Wairarapa the other day and had a look at a site where there's a pile of cracked willow. And I can fully understand what a problem it is.
Yep.
And has the potential to undo a lot of really good things the council's doing in terms of flood management and the rivers and things. So I was just wondering whether you had a feeling whether we're doing enough to get rid of cracked willow, whether we should have spend a bit more money and time on it and accelerate its removal, or what's your feeling?
Is your chance to set our LTP budget as well? Go for it, Barbie.
I mean, cracked willow should be gone. I mean, that becomes a no-brainer in terms of river development. But the downside is that normally it's poisoned, then it dies, and then it goes and collects on the bridge just outside Martinborough, and the farmers upstream get blamed. So it's actually being able to manage the eradication of the willow in strategic areas, I think, is more what needs to happen going forward. Yeah, and it's there was a lot of work done up in Bideford, and my understanding is a lot of that is the material that's now come down the rivers. Yeah. So it's the same as what the forestry / issues are. So it's how we do it, and I don't have that answer. Sorry.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a really rich discussion, and I've greatly enjoyed the 2 farming reference group meetings so far that I've attended. And I guess my hope for the committee is that we would have rich discussions around the advice and thoughts of the reference group, and wonderful questions there. Committee, we've been sitting for a long time, and so I don't want it to go on too much longer because some people will need comfort stops and lunch and so on. I suggest that we move the next 3 papers, 9, 10, and 11, are all somewhat related to each other and have a covering presentation. So I suggest we move then to after lunch and we do item 12 on HPI bird flu now, and then break for lunch, and then come back at 1 to carry on with the 3 Wairarapa papers. If that's okay with everyone. So could we have officers please for the highly pathogenic avian influenza paper, which I commend the paper because I had a lot of questions about bird flu, and the paper was very helpful for clarifying some of those for me. In fact, I've been meaning to write a piece for the newspaper and just feeling a bit too nervous about my lack of understanding about how it all fits together. So I found the paper extremely useful, and I feel like I could probably write something now. Andy and Dave, please introduce yourselves and the paper, and thank you.
Kia ora. Hi, I'm Andy Brown, Knowledge, Risk Management and Resilience Lead for the Environment Group. I lead in our region of coordination on HPAI. I have David Boone with me.
Kia ora koutou, David Boone, Toku Inua. I'm the Manager of Ecosystems and Community, and I've been assigned the role of HPAI Bird Flu Response Manager for GW Bird Flu Operational Response on land that Greater Wellington owns or manages.
So just to update the paper with the latest intelligence that we have received this week. There's no new cases of HPAI confirmed in New Zealand, so we're still sitting at 2, and that's the 2 within our region. And we're seeing numbers of cases climb in Australia. They're now up to 236. Most of them in sort of South Australia area. It's 166 there, and the first cases recorded in Tasmania now as well. We're seeing those numbers increase. You've sort of seen the track rise as it's got into some of those flocking species in Australia. Some other pieces just to pick up on. We have now trained, as of Friday last week, 74 staff from Regional Local Council, Manawhanau Partners Doc, Zealandia and contractors in HPAI response. So that's the use of PPE and the effective control measures. And we received a briefing with all the chief executives across the region, as well as partners in Hawke's Bay and Horizons on Friday from MPI about the national response, which we're working through. So that's where we're currently sitting. Obviously, I'll take the paper as read and happy to answer any questions relating to our HPAI response.
Thank you. Councillor Connolly.
So I have a couple of thoughts. One was that the message that I had received, which was the MPI message that's on boards and stuff, was that you should, if you see 3 or more birds, you should report it. But then I saw a dead bird, and because I'm all, super conscious of the biosecurity stuff, I asked the team for advice, and they told me to ring MPI, which is what I did. But their point was that most of the cases in Australia that had been identified were single cases. So I guess I'm worried that there is a population of sick or dying birds out there that aren't being tested because of that message around 3 or more birds. So if I can get your thoughts on that. Also, and just reiterating to anyone that's listening, if you do see a dead bird, report it. And MPI are just getting heaps, but they go through the process of triaging it rather than us making the call. Also, the other thing that I'm concerned about is the Wairarapa Moana, and I know that their plan is being developed through their statutory board. I just would like to know what their plans are so that we can communicate with people around which areas are going to be, we've identified the areas that we're going to collect the dead birds from versus the areas that we're going to close off. And I'm also curious as to what the situation is going to be out there, so that we can inform people. And I've sort of been waiting for this plan to be developed, but I haven't seen it yet. So
Thank you. So 2 questions in there.
Yeah, first on the testing, very much is under MPI's guidance around those 3 bird carcasses or more. We are following the workshop with MPI on Friday, just looking to clarify that process. There are obviously dead birds as part of the natural cycle, so we do see birds washing up. There is a lot of information that they are sifting through at the moment. We are trying to work with them to refine that process, obviously reporting, and they're letting us as landowners know, so we can then take the necessary steps. And unfortunately, Roger, who's our science lead, isn't here. Today's not available. But he would say there's some limits around the testing, particularly if some of the carcasses are more than 24 hours old. You don't get enough material to then be able to determine whether it's HPAI or not. So there's a lot of learning and development in this process going through with MPI at the moment, so they get their heads around how to effectively do that testing and pick up these dead carcasses. Sort of leans a little bit into the marine mammal space as well with seals now. Yeah. And the Wellington Moana plan, unfortunately the same space as you. We have not yet seen the plan. It is under development, and as soon as we do receive it, we'll make that available.
I guess that concerns me, given I have been asking for this for quite some time now. And do they need more resources or anything more that Greater Wellington can do to help facilitate the progress of that? You might not have the answer, but maybe you could go and ask.
No, as far as we're aware, obviously it's DOC are leading that process and we are supporting it. As yet, there's been no request for additional resources for them to support that. We do know that Mana Whenua, particularly the Wairarapa, are looking at kaitiaki plans, and so they're being woven into the process. But yes, it is taking a reasonable length of time to develop that plan.
I'll just add to that, the principles that have come to councillors before around our response principles are quite clear that we are operationally responding to bird flu events on land that we own and manage, and not land that we don't own or manage. So that Wairarapa Moana is not under our management. We are definitely in a collaborative space. We're keen to help our Mana Whenua partners and any other multi-agency efforts that are going on in that space, but we are not going to put ourselves forward to say we will operationally respond to a Wairarapa Moana event. There are some exceptions to our support for Wairarapa Moana, given the collaborative nature of it. For example, our Mana Whenua partners, we have provided funding for them to assist us in our preparedness and or response activities on land that we own and manage, and we've made an exception for that with Wairarapa Moana, given our ties into the activities at Wairarapa Moana. We've said to our partners we're very happy for our support that we're enabling Mana Whenua financially to be applied to preparedness or response at Wairarapa Moana. But we are not putting our hand up saying, yes, we will manage or contribute to the operational response.
I guess it's just that area in particular is such a significant area for many migratory bird species, and our role in terms of biodiversity has to come into play in looking at that as a hotspot of biodiversity in our region.
Fair point. I think it's also important to note that it's general consensus around the country that our ability to intervene in the virus spreading through avian populations is nil. So our operational response activities really come into the domain of public safety as a landowner. So any response that is in that ecological wildlife conservation space is DOC's to manage. And again, in that collaborative space, we're keen to participate and help how we can, but we're not the lead in that by any means.
Thank you. Probably not entirely satisfied, but let's take an action to, to talk to our partners there and see if we can assist and get some more clarity for Councillor Connolly's questions. Councillor James, and sorry I overlooked you earlier.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Just want to say thanks for the paper. Really good to have the clear what's going on. It really feels like you guys are gripping this up, because this is one of the things, apart from public transport, that keeps me up at night. In terms of, I just want to dig into the Para 32 and the regional challenges. I think you've already addressed Councillor Connolly's, better information, and so it's good to hear that you guys are responsible for the MPI. But can we just dig into that funding piece there? The funding not being spent for financial year, so it being taken away by MPI and the resulting in shortfalls in PPE. Can you just address that, please?
Yeah, so in the preparation work, MPI provided the regional sector with $3 million for operational planning. There were some challenges in trying to get that distributed and spent for the end of last financial year, which sort of resulted in it not being fully allocated. We were expecting around $170,000 as it was distributed across the country, and we only got a small proportion of that, and there were some caveats around what it could and couldn't be used for. We took as a region some decisions around PPE because guidance is still being developed around whether to purchase and then have it sitting there and not be used. So we're moving to add as required basis, and we've made some PPE purchases now. In terms of funding, and particularly funding support for the local authorities, has been patchy, and being able to then provide them with the resources using that MPI funding. There's been some which have been excluded from that, and they're looking for additional support. So we've got partners in the likes of South Wairarapa and other councils who are going, hey, look, we didn't receive any of that funding, what can we get? So there's some direct conversations going on between territorial authorities and MPI around that funding support at the moment. And as David said, we're looking at the funding support for our Mana Whenua partners as part of the regional response. And again, that local level is something that we're considering.
Okay. I mean, my big concern is the PPE for our staff and people that we're supporting, because we know from the experience of the Americans that actually it is handling the dead birds or handling the sick birds which causes the transfer over to humans, and it is extremely lethal for a lot of people. So what are the stocks of PPE that we have on hand at the moment?
Excuse me. I prefer not to get into the detail of that. We can share our standard operating procedure for staff and contractor guidance around what that looks like. It's important to know that in the principles we've communicated with you before, there's two categories of our response tactics, which we're referring to as front country and back country. In back country, which is the vast majority of land that Greater Wellington manages or controls, in back country areas, our response is nothing. Leave the birds as they are. Potentially some signage and information for the public to stay away at certain interest locations. In front country areas where there's a greater likelihood of people coming into close proximity of sick or dead birds, then we'll respond with collection, disposal, potentially transport of dead birds, and that's where the PPE comes into play. We've done a lot of work interpreting heaps of technical advice around what is appropriate PPE. Originally, there was the guidance was pointing towards full hazmat suits and the PPE appropriate for entering an enclosed poultry shed with 10,000 dead birds was the standard of PPE required for potentially picking up one bird on the side of a trail in a regional park. So we put a lot of work into interpreting a standard of risk mitigation and PPE fit for purpose for the types of activities our staff and contractors will undertake. The media is very fixated on the risk to human life if the virus is contracted, but the PPE controls to keep people safe are pretty basic. Rubber gloves, similar to sort of COVID prevention PPE. But I'm happy to share that guidance with you if you're interested in the more technical answer. Yep.
Thank you. Let's keep moving. Councillor Saw online, and then
Thank you, Councillor James. You sort of picked up the area that was of interest to me, and I think this is a question more for the chair. That I think through this paper we can see what some of the topics might be for an op-ed for you. In particular, I suppose the need for extra funding and support. And my question is around the financial implications, and I guess the implications of our staff and the additional responsibilities they will have if something like avian flu, if the outbreak becomes wider and more serious. So just a couple of things on that note of, do we need a response from governance to request more funding from MPI, or is it sufficient that the issue is brought to people's the public's attention through an op-ed from the chair? So a couple of things to consider there. But also, I just want to understand how this particular activity sits alongside a lot of the additional things that are coming into Greater Wellington's in-trade. Like, it is our responsibility to, I guess, coordinate this response and bring some regional leadership. But I am acutely aware we've had water reform, we've had amalgamation come up, we've also starting to constrict our organisation's growth as well. So just a note that I'd like to have some eye on well-being of our staff and staff numbers, that this is a manageable amount on people's workloads and in-trays. Thanks.
thank you, Councillor. So I'll take on board the comments in relation to governance and chair. Just specific question about the resource you have available at the moment, which presumably has been reprioritised from other environment group budgets because this has appeared. And then projecting ahead, if we do have widespread outbreak and staff are running around picking up, and there's a lot of resource required, how are we factoring that into our budgets?
Yeah, and also just the well-being and whether we can operationally meet that with all the other priorities that we have coming. That's all. So there might be more of a Nigel question or something to keep us updated on as councillors. Thanks.
Respond now, quickly, shall we?
Unless Nigel vetoes you.
We'll take that in two parts around our role as a land manager and our operational response, and then our role as regional coordination. For the latter, I'll pass over to Andy. The operational response is being managed within existing budgets. We have set aside 100,000 at this stage, and there's a lot of uncertainty what our response requirements actually looks like. There is an important note here that living with this virus in New Zealand is the new normal. It's not going away. And there is a lot of debate at the moment on what is the duty of care for landowners in regards to public safety. Is it remove every sick or dead bird on our land, or is it an onus on visitors that you don't put yourself at risk by picking up and trying to save sick or dead birds? And there's a lot of room for interpretation on that. But my view is that we can respond within existing budgets. We can reprioritize, look after the workload capacity pressures of our staff, and it's not going to break us. I think the response will be definitely manageable. Fingers crossed that I'm right about that. We'll actually see what time tells in terms of what the event, what occurs and what types of events we have to respond to.
But that might be more challenging for some of our territorial authority colleagues who have more limited, constrained budgets, but
and
also have large areas of land.
And the regional coordination role and our capacity in that space, I'll pass it to Andy.
Andy.
Yeah, so in terms of the regional coordination, at the moment it is around sharing information with the territorial authorities as we get it from MPI, adding a little bit of regional specificity over it, for example, our consenting regimes and our natural resources plan, and then trying to support those TAs in terms of contractor availability and using some of the frameworks and systems that we've got available. And that's sort of the extent of it. And those conversations, as David said, is sort of looking at, we've got to learn to live with HPAI and avian influenza. What does that transition out of a response look like? And how do we collectively do that? And it becomes part of our BAU responsibility. So yes, we're responding now and we've got these systems set up. At some point, we'll need to step back from that and it becomes part of our BAU.
Thank you. Did you need to add anything, Nigel?
They're great answers, and it's a good question. The only thing I'd add, the connection and the relationships between MPI, regional councils and local and district councils and all the other stakeholders, and if and when this does get entrenched in parts of New Zealand, that will be critical. That will help us scale up and down. The regional sector as a whole is working very closely together on this and has been for some time through shared platforms and shared work across the regional sector as a whole. So we're part of that. Obviously, we're a little bit more on the spotlight because the first two cases were in our region. And I think that's probably good in terms of us enabling to get ready if this does scale up, and will be good for the sector as a whole because we'll have some more experiences. But I think that we're keeping those relationships very live for the MPI, who will have to adapt and respond themselves across the country potentially, and how that relates to the regional sector and then throughout the system response is very important. I think that's in a reasonably good place at the moment, but there are some things that the team have brought up that are in this paper. We're going to have to stay very much across, funding and how we scale up a response if it does become particularly significant.
Waiting patiently is Councillor Johnstone and Councillor Elder.
Okay, mine's not about money, it's about birds. Everything happens at a time and a place, and birds are particularly reliable when it comes to this. What I want to know is what work's been done to identify migrating birds that are likely to arrive in regional parks that we're responsible for. For example, Queen Elizabeth Park, there will be specific bird types that come in there, and I'd like to know what we've done to actually look at that, to map that. Are we using some of the geospatial expertise that actually sits within the council? And can we look at how we might use that expertise? But in particular, I'm interested, as I said, they always come to the same place. They do for thousands of years. We must know who's coming, who's arriving, and when they are likely to come, because that might alter what your response is.
In short, we've done a lot of work on that. I'll follow that up. Our intelligence lead is not here today.
Very intelligent question there, thank you. Councillor Elder?
Most of what I wanted to ask has already been answered, but as this is basically a national biosecurity responsibility, I hear there's a risk of it becoming an unfunded regional council responsibility. Do we have scope to recover further costs from MPI, given that the amount budgeted is pretty low?
we're in active conversations as a regional sector around costs, and particularly costs to support the planning that other regions still need to do. And because of the fact that it's going to become an endemic and part of BAU in the future, it's sort of really determining how MPI are approaching this and what levers then they've got. Because it's essentially not being treated as a response from an MPI perspective, it is in that you'll need to learn to live with this kind of space that limits some of the funding opportunities that are available. There are conversations at the moment with MPI around that. Can't take too much more.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions around the table. Most of mine have been addressed, I think, and it's high time we had a wee break and some lunch. So, and this is a for information paper. However, I would like to suggest one action, and that's aware that our territorial authority partners are also having to deal with what are their responsibilities, and so I suggest an action to perhaps write to them as the chair with this paper attached for information and invite conversation at governance level if territorial authorities are working through some of the same challenges that we have. Any comment on that, Councillor Johnson? Microphone on, please.
I realise your intelligence lead isn't here, but I am genuinely interested to know about our area and the birds that may be at risk, because I don't know if we had godwits or what we have.
Okay, so another action for David to come back to the committee on that question. Thank you, everyone. Let's break, and then when we come back, do I have to move a motion to stop for lunch or anything? No, we're just going to have a little adjournment for Wharepaku and Kai, and then we'll reconvene at, can I say 1:05? Would that be taxing? And then we have 3 more papers on the committee agenda followed by the workshop. Thank you, officers and members of the public, for your patience as we work through our large agenda. Break time. See you soon. Welcome back, committee members, members of the public officers. We are partway through our Environment and Climate Committee meeting. We have 3 more papers to go, all with a shared theme of being located in the Wairarapa and somewhat to do with flooding. So, we're just waiting. Is Yadna on joined? I've let councillors who are online know to join the right Teams link, so hopefully they'll be on soon. I think we have some officers to do an introductory presentation across these 3 papers because, as you will have found reading the papers, there's a lot of complexity and there are a lot of places that some of us might be unfamiliar with, and there's a slight distinction between the 3 papers, but they have somewhat of an overlap in theme and location. So the presentation will give us some context, including through the process that this material has already gone through with our advisory groups. And then we'll take the papers one at a time. So handing over to Jack to introduce and speak.
I'll just introduce Rob Deacon, who's our Principal Advisor, Flood and Resilience, will speak to the opening slides.
Yeah, good afternoon. As Jack said, I'll provide some hopefully useful context setting information with this set of slides and then pass over to the people who know what they're doing. We have 3 reports that are all Wairarapa and flood related. The first 2 are really, I guess it's our opportunity to report back to you as a committee on the work we're doing with the progress of our floodplain management plans and our annual flood asset management. So this is a key role really for you as your part in the assurance of the work that we do. So this is our opportunity for us to tell you how well we've done with the plans that we'd made and how well we were doing in terms of maintaining the level of service for our flood protection assets, which is the first 2 papers. And then the third paper follows, which is really around the long-term partnerships that we're developing in taking a longer-term approach to flood resilience and flood risk management within the southern Wairarapa. And also tied in with that is, I guess, the relationship between the response work to the recent flooding that took place earlier this year and what we're learning from that and how we might be able to learn from that in the plans that we're formulating in the lower valley and surrounds. So there are overlaps between the 3 papers. The first talks about sort of our long-term planning within floodplain management plans. The second is around our asset performance to provide those levels of service, and then the third one is a mix of both really of how we're responding to those events and how that might inform planning of flood protection going forward. And I say it's really your opportunity to play that assurance role in certainly in respect to the first 2 papers. Very briefly, provide a little bit of context around how we generally approach flood risk management within GW, and me and Andy Brown were able to present this slide a few months back to you to help provide that overview. And really the approach we have is one of building understanding about the environment that we're operating in. So that's through the data collection, the modelling work that we do, the monitoring work, and our interactions with communities to build that understanding of what their expectations and requirements are. We take that understanding and build it into our planning processes to develop those sort of longer term plans for flood risk management at those locations. And previously that's been done through the formulation of our floodplain management plans, which really are sort of 40-year plans into achieving long-term objectives. And the time horizon for the FMPs is generally 200 to 400 year per catchment that we work in, and we have a 40-year plan of the operational stuff that we need to do there. So the first paper really covers how well we're doing in terms of those floodplain management plans to achieve those objectives. And what falls out of those plans are generally a range of interventions that we can undertake to manage risk, and that can either be through the planning controls, in terms of planning and flood advisory services. It can be through catchment management, so through how we manage channels and edges, Then there's the sort of harder engineering solutions around where we intervene with structures and defences and need to maintain those assets. And then the third leg of that, or the fourth leg of that, is emergency response and how we support flood warning and flood response, which is also a key role in flood risk management for a lot of our communities. So with that in mind, some useful definitions also, because we talk a lot about schemes and the schemes that we manage. So the schemes are the areas within which we manage flood risk, and we're rated to do so at those locations, and we own and maintain the assets for the schemes within those locations. We don't have schemes everywhere. We're quite spatially well defined in where we operate schemes. So there's a lot of areas where we don't have scheme management and we don't actively intervene in flooding and on a flood risk management on a day-to-day basis. So I've sort of spoken a little bit about the role of the floodplain management plans in that they provide those implementation plans for what we do in those schemes. But noting that not all of our areas where we have schemes have long-term floodplain management plans associated with them, and Lower Wairarapa is one of those areas.
Apologies for interrupting, but question from Councillor Connolly.
You talk about schemes, but my understanding is that we have floodplain management plans and development schemes, and they are quite different and do different things. But the name scheme covers both of them interchangeably, which causes some confusion for me. So you might want to explain the difference between a floodplain management plan and a development scheme, and separate the nomenclature.
Okay, I'll do my best. So the floodplain management plans lay out what our objectives are in terms of achieving agreed standards of protection and levels of service communities that live within those floodplains. The schemes are often the, I guess, the engineering schemes or the drainage schemes that we put in place to achieve those to achieve those outcomes. So,
but are not limited to this South Wairarapa scheme. Like Te Kauru is a scheme as well, but it's under a floodplain management plan.
Yeah, whereas the Lower Valley Drainage Scheme is a drainage scheme, but it's not part of a floodplain management plan.
So a scheme is sort of a catch-all word for the legal mandate to do things, the infrastructure that we've either inherited or built and we maintain, and the rating that happens in order to pay for the ongoing maintenance and capital expenditure all together as a scheme, which might be a flood protection focused scheme or may have come from a land drainage scheme to start with and be, am I making rough sense?
That's correct. I mean, a floodplain management plan is a strategic plan that we lay on top of the scheme. We work that through with mana whenua and communities, and that outlines the strategic objectives for the program. It outlines policies for how the river should be managed, and it lays out a program of capital works and how we will manage reach by reach that river. So it's a strategic document that sits over the scheme and guides us in how we go and implement that.
Thank you. Councillor Ponta's perhaps going to shed some light too from experience.
No, I was going to ask pretty much the same question that Councillor Connolly did, and I'm not sure I'm satisfied with not necessarily the response, but I think we've got ourselves in a bit of a bind here around language when we certainly get to the sort of events that we've received recently. My question really is, so in this paper it talks about the Ruamahanga River schemes. What I'm hearing is that is a catch-all phrase that could pick up a drainage scheme element, and it could pick up a flood scheme element. So that starts to clarify in my mind how it is that we can get into so much trouble with the farming community and others when they say you should be doing X, you should be doing Y, because they see these potential things as flood protection schemes, whereas actually they might have been designed for an entirely different purpose. Yeah. So are we shooting ourselves in the foot because we haven't delineated sufficiently with our local communities what those schemes are for, and therefore what our obligation to them and what they can expect from us is?
I'm hesitant to speak for the community, particularly over in the Wairarapa where I don't live. But I would say broadly, yes. I think that the way that we manage flood, the relative roles and responsibilities, the mandate, etc., is not well understood. And we've seen that elsewhere, for instance, following the severe storm event that hit South Wellington in April. But our preferred approach, generally speaking, is to progress through to floodplain management plans or similar instruments. The Waihangi River Plan fills a similar role, but was developed in a different way because we think it provides better clarity. Later on, as a part of the third paper, my colleague Pete Huggins will be talking about a review of the Lower Wairarapa Valley Development Scheme. And I believe as part of that, the intention will be essentially to clarify the questions around level of service, strategic intentions and so forth, and reconcile it. So we've not rolled out the strategic layer for every scheme within the region. We've also got catchment schemes in the Eastern Hill Country and the Wairarapa, for example. But we have practically found that floodplain management plans or similar instruments can provide a bit more clarity for the community.
Yes.
Sorry, I know that this is kind of taking you a little bit off track, but I do think it's important to grapple with this before we move on, because it's taken me a long time to understand what's going on here. And on the second slide you had, it said flood risk management, and then there were approaches and tools available. But then we hear that we're doing this other thing, which is development schemes. So under what authority are we even doing these development schemes? Like they're a completely different beast to the floodplain management schemes or plans, in that their purpose is not floodplain management. So why is it even in a presentation for floodplain management when we have these schemes which are not for floodplain management? They're for a completely different purpose. And it's sort of rhetorical in that I don't really want the answer. It's just these two are so enmeshed, and we give them the same name to refer to both, and then the community doesn't know why we're not actually doing flood risk management when the purpose of the scheme is not flood risk management.
The very, very short answer is that we have legislation, we have a Drainage Act, and we have a Soil Conservation and River Control Act. They date back to the first half of the 20th century, so they're very old pieces of legislation, and that the practicalities of managing both drainage development, soil conservation and river control all overlap in practice. And so in a drainage scheme, you want to keep the channel clear to convey water out to the sea. You also want to do that in flood protection. We also, you may not in a drainage scheme build stop banks, but you may also undertake other structural measures. So it is complicated, and we do have very old legislation, but it's enabling legislation, and we work within that. And it may be useful to do maybe a deeper dive in a workshop setting to really tease us out across either the Wairarapa or the wider region, if that would be helpful.
And to guide us towards the three papers we have before us today, there are multiple schemes across the Wairarapa, but these papers concern the three main Ruamahanga schemes in terms of the asset condition and the performance over the last year's operations. And then the third paper is around the South Wairarapa development scheme and the coastal scheme that is also part of the review. So we're not actually talking about all schemes that Greater Wellington is involved in these three papers. We're specifically about those. Is that correct?
Correct. This is focused on the Wairarapa. We will bring papers on the Hutt and the Kapiti Coast FMPs and annual asset performance to the subsequent ECC meetings. Just a lot of content for one meeting. Yes. But the Eastern Wairarapa schemes are different again, and they incorporate soil and erosion control as well. Yep. My colleague Tash can speak about those in more detail.
And so members, be aware that, these are the three Wairarapa ones coming here today, and then there will be further reports on asset condition and performance for Kapiti and Hutt. So we're going to get lots more exposure to these themes for the schemes. And, it takes a while to understand how all this fits together. Some of us have been around for a trade and are still learning things. So do you want to just finish your last slides? Because I think you had a map next, and then is that near the end of this?
Yeah, so this was really just to provide some clarity to the scope of the first two reports. So they do cover the two areas of that are in the Upper Ruamahanga and the Waiahini, where we have floodplain management plans, and we have schemes within those areas. And then also we'll cover the work in the Lower Wairarapa Valley Development Scheme, where we also have assets that do provide drainage and flood protection to agricultural land. So to your point earlier this morning about assets providing protection to high value assets, then the work we do in the Lower Valley is about providing protection to high value agricultural land.
Thank you.
So we do both, I guess. So this would just provide some clarity on the area, and just to make the point that while we have FMPs in place for the Waihini and Upper Ruamahanga, we don't at the moment for the Lower Wairarapa, and that's the purpose of the discussion in the paper. On the third paper is just to provide some insight to the work we're doing there, and how that overlaps also with the learning from the recent flood events. So just for further context, Jack's mentioned the coastal schemes that we operate that were really around flood and erosion protection, but that's generally just through land management, where we work very closely with the landowners and communities. We don't have significant assets there, so we're not required to provide annual reporting through Local Government Act on asset management within those schemes, because we don't have anything that meet criteria for reporting back to you on.
Finish the presentation and then we'll get a further questions.
Yeah, and this is the final slide, which is just to provide some context to the final paper. Again, just really making the point I made before, we don't have an FMP or something similar in place for Lower Wairarapa, but we're working through that at the moment, so this is some opportunity for us to discuss the ideas that are coming out of that work that's currently in play, I guess.
I would add one thing, that for each of these three areas that we're talking about today, we have an advisory group to this committee. Just as Barbie is the chair of the Farming Reference Group, we have these three river advisory groups for Upper Waihini and Lower. And so this material today has gone through those advisory groups. They have pored over it, asked lots of hard questions. I've attended a few of those meetings, as have some others. And it gives me a lot of comfort, because there's no way we can, as committee members, can understand the nth degree of all these schemes and places, and even the difference between a sill and a stop bank, for example. So it does give us comfort that there are these committees made up of landowners, farmers, mana whenua members, environmentalists, a mix of people who pore over this information and thoroughly test the officers. I have observed the testing of questions, which is good. So that gives me, is important for my understanding. But let's go to questions, and Yarden had a question first online, and then Councillor Johnson. Yarden, are you still there?
Yeah, I am. So just sorry, it was a bit of complication around connecting to the right link. So I'm sorry if I'm going to ask about something that's been covered. First up, with the Ruamahanga papers, I just want to acknowledge the quality of them and the depth of them. In particular, just wanted to highlight the implications for Māori in consideration of climate change paragraphs. I thought they had really great detail, and really appreciated the thought put into them and the information in them in terms of emissions contributions and so forth. So really appreciate that. I guess two things for me that if we put all the papers together, and that'll be the end of my questions, is there seems to be a lot of people who know what the risks are and what our current state is, and then there's a whole part of the community who contribute to this work, through targeted rates and so forth, who may not know how all these activities and how these protection systems work. So I'm really interested to know what is our storytelling around that so people can better understand what it is that is provided, and almost like the counterfactual of, like, if we didn't have this level of service or protection, what would that mean? I mean, we see where things fail, but I guess if we had a lower level of service, our communities would be at greater risk. So that's more of sort of philosophical wondering. But I wondered whether we actually were good at telling the story of how targeted rates and that joint, there's essentially kotahitanga in this, right? And how well it's actually worked and how much we want it to work better. So not really answers anyone can give as such, but more, I think it's an important framing, particularly as, there are conversations around amalgamation and reform. And I just am concerned about the level of understanding and information that decision makers are having around what it is that they're deciding on. And noting that this has an impact on the level of service that communities will have. It has an impact on our staff who work out there. And so I guess my final question is, I would like our set of recommendations to acknowledge that and to, I guess, indicate that there is a risk or there is some concern there. So maybe that's a question for you to mull over, Chair. Nothing really specific around there, but just wanted to acknowledge the work of our staff and how we might be able to get better joined upness between, community and all the parties involved.
So I'll put a question mark on the end of that and see if officers would like to respond.
Firstly, I'd just like to say thank you. Yardena officers do put a huge amount of effort into preparing these papers, and often their managers just give them lots of edits and comments and frowny faces on the side, and so they do appreciate the positive feedback, so thank you very much. I don't have a really easy answer for your first one about the storytelling. Again, I'd probably look to the councillors who are representatives of their communities for that. But under the last triennium, we did undertake some, like a targeted communications package around flood. At that time, through FRAC, with which your chair, the risk was identified that the public did not necessarily understand why we undertook things like diggers, bulldozers, etc. in rivers. And so we did some market research, and I could see if we can bring that material back and just share it back with councillors, if that would be helpful. My recollection is we were surprised by the higher level of understanding and support for our flood work. It was probably higher than we thought it would have been going in. And I know we currently do have a program of communications jointly with our Riverlink, Te Awa Kairangi, Melling upgrade partners to tell the story in the heart, but potentially we could revisit that in the Wairarapa if that was useful.
And can I just add to that?
Oh, sorry, I might just add something that maybe it's something to really consider in our long-term plan deliberations around some very strategic sort of comms and marketing around this sort of work. There's pockets of it happening in different parts of our organisation, but I wonder if we need a more sort of joined up and coherent storytelling. Anyway, not for you, Jack, but something for the council to consider.
Offline, Yardena, and we'll come back to the committee on something down that track.
I just wanted to make a couple of reinforcing points, really. One is the lack of understanding and often lack of clarity about roles and responsibilities between ourselves, the TAs and Te Aki Wai, or whatever water entities are. I've been involved in a couple of community events post-flooding in Berhampore and Awhiro Bay recently, and there's an expectation as why isn't the regional council doing something about it? It's because it's not our responsibility in those locations on those watercourses. So there's often an expectation from community and from other authorities about what it is we should be doing that doesn't necessarily fit with our defined responsibilities. So that's difficult to explain, and it's difficult to explain to people who were flooded and aren't really worried about whose responsibility it is. The other thing was about the counterfactual communications. That's something we have been very good at in terms of cases up to central government for continued funding through the sort of climate resilience schemes, where we've been getting that co-funding, where we are using counterfactual arguments to say here's the benefit that these interventions develop. But again, it's not something we necessarily talk to our communities about, other than when we're going through consultation around options. So having some, I guess, sustained communication or sustained information on that we can put out.
And I just add, in relation to these three particular papers, this is a situation where we sorely miss our colleague, Councillor Adrian Staples, who did have a very good understanding of where the community was at, the level of knowledge in different places, and was able to communicate and had that depth of experience with these schemes. And we'll soon have a new representative from the Wairarapa to join us to help with that. So moving on to Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. I noted that we've got 6.4 million to spend or not spend over the next 10 years for investigations, and I wanted to know what investigations means. You might have partially answered that, Jack, by talking about diggers and rivers, but I wondered what that meant, and I also wondered whether the 6.4 gets spread over the years, or can you spend it all at once and make a decent plan so that we know what's actually going to be needed? I mean, how does it work?
I'll just pass to Nicola Patrick.
Yeah, kia ora. And thank you for the question, Councillor. I think that's probably tying into the third paper, which talks about the Lower Valley Scheme Review. I think if I can just check with the chair.
Yes, so actually, quite right, it's just been pointed out that these two have been giving us an overview of the three, and we probably need to get into the specifics of each and hold your question for that third paper because there'll be more elements of that in. Yeah, sure. So I suggest we move on to the first of the set of three papers, which is about the implementation report. So this is the activity of the council over the last year and how it's going against the plans that have been established between us and the community. And there we go, our changing of the guard. Welcome, Hamish. Just pointing out, committee, that this is a decision paper, so the recommendation is to ask us to agree that what has been done is in line with those fund management plans, and this is the level of governance feedback, I guess, our response, because that's important that we're overseeing this. So I'll let Jack and Hamish articulate that better than I just have.
Firstly, apologies, councillors. I'm running very low on managers this week, and so unfortunately you will have me for the next two papers, but I will step down for the third one and you'll get a break. I'll just introduce Hamish Fenwick. Hamish is from the Wairarapa, and he is our team leader for flood operations, which is one of the fundamental delivery arms of our overall flood network. I'll take the paper broadly as read. I did just want to highlight a couple of things in it and answer a couple of questions that came up through our farming reference group chairs conversation. So the purpose of this is to outline the work that we've done in the three schemes and or floodplain management plans and or living river plans within the Ruamahanga. And as I've said previously, we will bring papers on our other FMPs and schemes to a subsequent committee. We are seeking your agreement that the current actions and the proposed actions on balance provide an effective response to flood risk within these areas, and that we are on track to deliver the objectives and agreed levels of service within those plans. And I do acknowledge that you probably have not all had time to read those plans or have them memorised, but we are happy to answer questions on that. I did want to note a couple of things. One is, you will have read in there the proposed Waipua Urban Reach works. We have submitted these to the government as part of a national business case seeking an ongoing funding stream from central government to support local government investment in infrastructure to protect communities from flood, on the basis that actually we believe the Crown also has a strong duty of care and we protect Crown assets that we can't necessarily rate for. So we're seeking 60% co-funding for that. And we do have two other projects, that being a component of Riverlink and an upgraded stop bank system in Upper Hutt. Also in that is sitting now with politicians essentially to consider. Also note, we have made significant progress in the last year in the funding we received through a previous tranche of that, what we call Flood Resilience Tranche 1, or Regional Infrastructure Fund Flood Resilience Tranche 1, FRT1. And that has been primarily in the Wairarapa, other than one site on the Otaki River. And I have one of my project managers, Fraser Woods, who can answer any questions about that. But there are photos scattered throughout this, and the most prominent is probably the groins and work at Fuller's Bend, just upstream of the State Highway 2 bridge between Greytown and Carterton. I noted the paper mentions LWVDS, but I'd respectfully suggest that any questions about the scheme itself or the development of it, we just leave to the third paper, which covers that in more detail. Similarly, anything about the storm damage, there is some in this, but we have a bit more comprehensive information about that in that third paper. Just to speak quickly then to Crackwillow and to the commercials around gravel. So Crackwillow is a massive problem. It was used extensively as a tool and still does form part of our flood protection networks. It's got an odd role where it is an incredibly invasive weed, but it does provide bank stability and shelter for native wildlife. And so we do manage it. We primarily manage it, and Hamish can provide more details, but we manage it to maintain channel clearance, and we are progressively removing it to replace it with hybrids, which are not invasive. It's really, really expensive, and the scale is immense, even within our region. We got funding out the back of Cyclone Gabrielle to do some work in the northern Wairarapa, and I think we've spent $3 million to clear over 1,000 debris blockages, is what Barbie referred to, things that will take out the lifeline bridges in those eastern hills or in the rivers like the Tauweru that flow into the Ruamahanga. And we're going to go back and progressively replant that. But I mean, we're talking about $500,000 of replanting work, and that will it'll be a drop in the bucket. And even all of that work and clearance we've done, Barbie, you'll no doubt attest, it's just barely scratching the surface of the scale of it. And so while we would love more resource and more ability to control it, the scale of it is very, very large. On the gravels, and again, Hamish will probably be better able to answer questions on this, but in response to your question, Councillor Elder, we do undertake primarily a commercial model for the extraction of gravel. That's our preferred option because it keeps the cost for ratepayers much lower. It is very expensive to remove and truck gravel. I think in the order of $6 to $10 a cube just to get it out of the river, and then name your price for shipping it. It's an issue for us in the Waikanae, it's an issue for us in the Hutt, where we don't have commercial gravel extraction, and it's an issue for us in parts of the Wairarapa where, for whatever reason, the commercials of it aren't really attractive. I'm aware of the land-based quarries. I think this is an area of some concern for us because certainly having aggregate removed for the rivers by industry is of benefit to us. It is a national scale problem. People may be aware that the current Prime Minister announced a policy going into the election of producing a national standard on gravel extraction that would allow private landowners make it clear what they could or could not do. That's come off the back of the flooding in the Kaikoura and the Wairarapa. Within the Ruamahanga itself, people will see gravel, but there is a lot of nuance and technicals in it. Rivers degrade, and so in the upper reaches in particular, the gravel levels are going out faster than it's being replenished. And if we take too much out, then that can cause banks to collapse and more erosion. But in the lower reaches where the velocity is less, it's accumulating, and that in some cases coincides with being far, far away from the main roading areas where people want to extract it. So there is an issue there. We're really conscious of the costs, and so as Quentin mentioned, we've worked with the advisory committees, we've taken to them what our proposed approaches are because they are the people that are paying the targeted rate and work through it. And lastly, on gravel, we are working at the moment with the South Wairarapa District Council and the Carterton District Council. They have a shared service around roading to explore to what extent we can actually get a win-win by extracting gravel from the river and stockpiling it for them to use locally on local roads, which would reduce their costs and help us by getting gravel out of some of the more problematic rivers. So it's an area of concern for us, certainly.
Thank you. Can I kick off the questions with, this report is focused on reviewing the year gone, reviewing things we've done to date. But am I right that the advisory groups that dive into these things also look at the operations plan for the year ahead and give feedback on that, which then guides what work gets done, which this report is then reporting on? Is that roughly how it works?
Yes, it's 100% correct.
100%. Good. I'll take that as a win. Questions from around the table. Councillor Free first.
Thank you. Look, the very first paper, it said it was for information, but then I see that there is a very, very broad recommendation that we basically have to agree that everything is perfectly fine. And I do not consider myself in a position where I have the independent community knowledge or reassurance from our statutory advisory boards that everything is in fact fine from their perspective. And that's not to take away from all of the excellent work that I've actually, is evident in these reports. There's clearly a lot of activity going on, and it's clearly purposeful, and I'm sure it is effective. But given that we've got climate change, I don't know that the wording of that recommendation is something I'm comfortable to agree to, because I feel that I'm thereby endorsing as a governor an overall effectiveness that I cannot actually, with the current knowledge I have, stand behind. So I've got a real problem with it being an information paper, which I think it genuinely is, but then being asked to have a recommendation that's as encompassing as the one that's in front of us.
So just a slight bit of clarity, the for information there is a mistake. This is actually a for decision paper, so that's an error perhaps in the drafting process. It didn't get removed.
Yeah, but
so
even
this is
so, that
seeking a resolution. And I think
doesn't take away from my more substantive concern.
I hear you. And I think, if councillors don't some of us might not feel we have enough knowledge to support that recommendation, you're free to abstain.
Yeah, I will
in
be
that
happy
sense.
to, because what I've seen since I've been on the council is flooding, actual flooding.
At this
And-
stage, do you have a question? Because you can also speak in debate, but if you have a question to try and shed some light on
Well,
your concerns.
I didn't frame it very well as a question, but I guess my question was, is that an appropriate recommendation for us as governors without even a Wairarapa member around the table and no feedback on the record from our groups? Is that actually an appropriate recommendation for us to have or not? And I guess
So just speak to the annual nature of this report, the advisory group input, and how that's conveyed through the paper.
Thank you.
So, I guess what we're asking you to agree on in the recommendation is over a 12-month period. It's not talking about the longer term strategic side of the river schemes or anything like that. So what we're sort of trying to communicate is that the maintenance work that we've undertaken, the capital works program that has been done, align with the levels of service that are provided in the FMPs. So it's looking at a 12-month window of activities rather than longer term.
Those activities underpinned by some engineering advice somewhere that we can have a look at. So what underpins the various different activities that are decided to be undertaken?
Yeah, just to speak briefly to Quentin's point, sorry, before I answer that question. In terms of assurance, you had a question around the local community and the loss of local councillor, but we do have the advisory committees for that purpose, and we did have councillors step in to fill that massive gap, and so those councillors could perhaps speak to answer that better than I could. In terms of engineering, there's like a series of papers we can provide which outline our end-to-end flood management process, but the short version is we undertake modelling across the landscape that on a regular cycle that shows what the flood risk is. Based off that, we identify the areas of highest concern that might breach those levels of service, which are different depending on the productive farmland might have a 1 in 20 year return period, urban areas 1 in 100, and hyper urban like the Hut a 1 in 440. We then optioneer or work out the different options to provide protection, which could be increasing channel capacity, it could be stop banks, it could be lifting houses, although that's not preferred very much these days. So different options with which we could resolve that, and then that is what then gets compiled in to make a floodplain management plan. It outlines, so for instance, for Te Kodu, for the areas that we manage. In this area from here to here, what we will do is manage edge protection using bioengineering or planting. In this area, we're going to need stop banks and groins, and we'll do a process to work out exactly what size and shape those should be. That's what's referred to by the floodplain management plan. So those are the documents that outline all of that, and that's what, in essence, you can and the community can then hold us to account for. They have a time frame for delivery, and that time frame is what we then work through in the LTP to make sure we're within the bounds of affordability. So we haven't appended those because they are, they're tomes like the Tuitu Te Whenua. But again, like Tuitu Te Whenua, you can read those and then you can ask questions of, are we actually meeting this? How are we doing that? What's our time frame? And hold us to account for those. The scheme is more difficult because we don't have that strategic document, which is why in the past we've pushed to generate those. But even then, there are agreed levels of service, there are assets in place, and our annual asset performance report lays out what those assets are and the process that we use to determine the condition of the risk and the work that's done to again provide another layer of assurance. And that team that compiles that is independent of the operations and infrastructure teams. They still report to me, but they're functionally independent just to have a degree of additional assurance for governance.
And so just acknowledging the complexity of understanding a report like this when you're not familiar with the floodplain management plans that underpin it, let alone the actual physical catchment. And it is a learning curve for all of us councillors. I thought I understood the Hut catchment, but it took me 3 years to work out how to interpret these reports on my own river, let alone other rivers. So just acknowledging that is the nature of us being a regional council, that there are these levels of detail that are difficult to get our minds around. But Councillor Ponta was going to comment, and then also Councillor Rhodes and Elder are on these advisory groups and have been to meetings and may wish to comment on what's. So just Councillor Ponta first.
Yeah,
So a whole series of questions. I'm out of
It's
order.
not so much a comment, it's a question along similar lines to Councillor Free. So my question is whether this paper would be deficient, or if these recommendations would be lacking if recommendation C was changed to from an agree to a note. That
just pausing you. We're on a paper that only has one recommendation.
Oh, are you? Sorry.
Paragraph 2. So we're on paper 9, the annual scheme and FMP implementation report.
Sorry.
And then there's 2 more to come after that.
Flipped over.
Perhaps introducing them as a package of 3 was designed to make it easier to understand how they fitted together, but it may have made it even more confusing. However, we're all on a learning curve.
Well, I think the same issue does arise in the next paper as well. So, I mean, I think my question is whether it does arise in the next paper as well. So, if we don't pick it up here, we're going to have to pick it up later
on. Go for it, Darren, on this paper.
So, my question is whether it is almost asking too much for officers to actually request councillors to endorse something that is actually quite technically specific, and whether what we need to rely on as councillors is an understanding that officers have a view that the current and proposed actions provide an effective response, etc., that it's their view and that we're accepting that view by noting it but not agreeing it by endorsing.
Okay, I think your point is clear. So any legal or audit or other requirements that create this particular framing of recommendation versus what Councillor Ponta is suggesting?
Yeah, under the Local Government Act, we are required to report back on our work on certain core services, and flood protection and control works are the one for regional councils we are required to report back on. This is a difficult one for me to answer because this is essentially our best effort to provide you with that level of assurance, noting that we have robust asset management practice that meets best practice for the sector. We have the advisory groups, and so it's difficult to advise how to proceed other than if councillors would like more insight into our assurance processes and how we do this, we can work with the chair to provide that at a future ECC.
Yeah. So can I just pick up on something you just said, because I think in terms of what you've just said is a nub of the problem here, and that is you've worked to provide an assurance. You could work to provide that assurance by noting that you have done all of these things and met those standards. Where this potentially tips over the line, in a sense, is that you're asking us as governors who don't have the technical on-the-ground experience on these things to now actually agree that you have done all of those things. And I think that's possibly where the rub is. Maybe not for all councillors, but there is a governance, there's a mechanical issue here going on between governance and management. And I'm not sure that governance can grip these things up in the way that the agree recommendation is suggesting, when we can only observe that you have done those things and you put your hand on your heart and you say you've done them. I think you could say this of many other council functions as well. So I'm not looking to split hairs here. I just, Nigel, you feel like you're bracing yourself for a comment.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I wasn't actually. This issue's come up in the past actually when these reports have come up. I remember taking it to the Water Appa Committee over the years where the same thing has been asked of the Water Appa Committee before it then came to the appropriate committee in our council. It is a validation exercise. I do understand the governance challenge. You've been asked to approve something where you may not have the full information and certainly not the background and history that officers have in bringing it to you. So I think that is absolutely acknowledged. And there's a degree of, not trust is the wrong word, but how much validation you are comfortable putting on that as councillors as opposed to the noting recommendation, which would then put it on the officers. You note the fact that officers come here and we have said, actually, we have complied with the work program that we said we'd undertake. So can you perhaps just give me a bit of time while you're going through the rest of your papers and asking other questions, and we can come back perhaps if we during this meeting, if possible, around whether a note is satisfactory or not. And there's presumably a lot more conversation to go, Chair, around the papers.
Okay.
Which
Can
might
I just say, Mr. Chair, from my perspective, raising this issue is not about trust.
Yes.
I know that you're not. I know that you're not implying that, Nigel, but you did raise the term. It's not about trust. It's about the level of information you have at different levels between governance and management, and therefore whether you can actually look inside the box and make some of these decisions in the ways that it's being suggested.
I totally understand the debate and understand the nature of the debate, and it is not about trust. I completely accept that, but it's asking governance to make a decision based on something where you may quite reasonably not feel as though you have the full information to give that level of assurance, and that's totally understood. That's the issue.
So, Nigel, do I hear that you're going to have a look now at some alternative wording for the recommendation? Do you want us to pause this paper and move on, or what are you actually suggesting?
Well, I just really want to understand whether we can, a noting is sufficient in terms of a legal issue around providing assurance, or whether there is a requirement that means it has to be agreed to, or whether noting would be sufficient. I don't think you need to pause the paper. I think you can continue debate. As Councillor Ponta said, it's on more than one paper you're discussing today. So if I can try and provide some resolution to that, I think you can continue to discuss the papers and work through that. And I don't think it's going to take a.
So you're going to go look into that right now and
Yep.
get back to us within this meeting.
Yep.
So any other questions on this paper, Councillor Connolly?
Sorry, I have further reckons on this. Apologies. So I am happy to agree to the Te Koru flood management plan and the Waiahine River management plan. I'm not prepared to agree that they are an effective response, but I am prepared to agree that we've done what we said we would do, and that meets the agreed levels of service as agreed by the community. But the lower Wairarapa Valley development scheme is a whole other thing, because there isn't an agreed level of service. So I don't know what we're agreeing to. Plus, there's another paper that says we're going to review it. So I want that one taken out of the recommendation altogether, because it's not in the same category as the other two, which at least the other two are plans that we created, said we would do A, B, and C, and now we're saying we've done A, B, and C. And I'm prepared on the advice of officers to agree to the fact that we've done A, B, and C. But the lower Wairarapa development plan, it doesn't fit into that category.
So you're foreshadowing a potential amendment, and
Yes.
you're asking officers if that was delineated out, what would that
And then we
mean?
can deal
Is
with
it
the lower
your question?
Wairarapa in the third paper.
Although it's a different paper content and recommendation set.
But the recommendations in here all refer to flood plans, and this isn't a flood plan. We can talk about the asset management plan as in the second paper, but we can't. I don't think we can agree to agreed levels of service contained in the flood plans when the lower Wairarapa Valley Development Scheme doesn't have a flood plan.
Any response from us?
Just this might come down to what Nigel is escaping out the room to just work out whether we can have a noting, whether it's sufficient to, for example, agree that we did undertake works as planned or something like that, rather than providing that assurance question. So I can't answer that from here. Sorry, Quentin.
A comment from Director of Catchment, Nicola.
Yeah, kia ora. In relation to Councillor Connolly's foreshadowing for the third paper, it certainly could be changed to notes and not agrees, because it's not in the same category of audit tracking obligation.
Councillor Rhodes was next on the speaking list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the last Upper Ruamahanga meeting, I'm pretty sure we were advised that gravel extraction from the rivers had been stopped, and rang alarm bells with me. But is it true in light of what you've been saying earlier on? And if it has been stopped, what's the reason for that?
In some areas in the Upper Ruamahanga River, gravel extraction has been stopped. In other areas, it is still happening. So there has been a reduction due to the phase that the rivers are currently in, with lack of gravel supply in the upper reaches coming out of the Tararua Ranges. So we're not getting that gravel coming in, replenishing the gravel stock. And in those upper areas, we're actually starting to see bedrock papa surfaces in the actual river channel itself. So we're starting to see areas where there's no gravel available in the river channel, hence why we've stopped. In the lower parts of the upper Ruamahanga, so you may, depending on how familiar you are with the Wairarapa around the Gladstone area, we're still taking gravel out of that area.
Councillor Saw, do you have a question? Microphone.
Thanks. I guess this, as Nigel has pointed out and Councillor Ponta has pointed out, this is something that has occurred in previous terms as well around governance, I guess, level of understanding and the need for us to sign off on it. And I wonder if there is a way that we can sequence some workshops that would help to, I know we've tried to do this, but to me, it speaks to being able to bring governance up to speed in a workshop prior to these plans coming to us. And I think that would be helpful to clear this aspect of this decision making up. But also, I would really like our recommendations to also acknowledge the operating environment that we're in, particularly with local government reorganisation. If we are, as Greater Wellington governors, having some concerns and queries around what we're signing off on, we also don't know what the future holds in terms of the arrangements of the who is in charge of these plans and how they're going to be delivered. And I think that really needs to be noted now at this point in time. And I would like us to consider a noting recommendation that acknowledges that the local government reorganisation poses a potential risk to these objectives and activities in the plans, or something to that effect. So I would like you to consider that, please, Chair.
Feel free to respond to that if you would like, and then we're going, I've got a suggestion.
Oh, yeah, I was just, I guess, reflecting on the previous questions, and if it is helpful to council, just to reiterate that we don't expect council to have read all the documents or to understand them. What we are trying to convey is that we do have processes in place, much like any other program, any other governance, any other aspect, like our financials, our risk assurance. And perhaps the next paper will help with that, where we actually do talk through, albeit it'll be brief because of timing constraints, but the process by which we inspect all of our assets, we inspect all of the reaches every year, and we understand the risk and the consequence of failure, and we use that to prioritise our work. We allocate resource to that with work programs. We do work with local advisory groups to discuss the work program ahead and the work of the year past, and see if that is reasonable, if that does meet local needs, and draw on local knowledge. And so if we've not done a sufficient job of mapping that out in the papers, I apologise, and we'd be happy to work that through. But I would respectfully suggest that this is a common problem for governance, and in my practice of governance, which is largely project, program, portfolio, what we will often look for is assurance through appropriate processes, and then we will engage in targeted walkabouts or site visits or questioning to try and flush things out. And so that's the approach that we've tried to take through these papers, is to bring those processes to the surface, give you an outline of the work, provide the opportunity to ask those probing questions. And again, we would welcome site walkabouts to explore or ask any aspect.
Thank you. We've just had word back from our Chief Executive, Boffin, who's been working on some alternative wording, which is to amend the recommendation to note that officers advise that, something like that. So the wording will come up on the screen in a moment, but that means what we're doing as a committee is noting the officers' processes and reporting that is behind the accountability. So we're not perhaps needing to be fully comfortable across all the details of it, or having read the FMPs that it is implementing here.
it still doesn't meet my requirements
That you-
because the lower Wairarapa Valley Development Scheme does not have a flood management plan. So we can't approve the agreed level of service contained within it.
So turning that into a question, there must be some sort of codified levels of service, even if they're not contained in some sort of plan or strategy, because otherwise you wouldn't know what you are building where and how you to spend money. So how does that scheme work out where to throw money around? Because this is...
Sorry, I'll just jump in. Do you mind if we take that in the third paper, because that's relevant for the third paper topic?
It is, but it's also relevant to pass this recommendation.
Oh, okay,
we
I'm
might
sorry.
need to pull one scheme out.
I'll go back to Hamish.
So during the scheme's construction, it was constructed to to protect to a certain level of flood protection. That's out of date now. So, and I guess if we are looking to work to a level of service, we're trying to maintain our assets in perpetuity so that they do not degrade from what they were first intended for. And again, we inspect all our assets, we give them a condition rating, we then assess them around risk, and we build our annual work plans in the same way that we do for schemes that have a FMP.
But we can't agree that they provide an effective response to identified flood risks when you just said they were out of date.
What is meant by identified flood risks? Is that if it's not identified in an FMP, that clearly clarifies what that means in this.
No, that's
Lower
done
Valley
through
scheme.
our asset performance tool. So just like all other schemes, we assess the assets. For example, a stock bank, what is protecting that stock bank, the capacity that the river can contain in a certain size flood, and then that produces a risk profile for that particular area between low and very high.
Fatima's going to add.
I just wanted to address Councillor Connolly's concerns. We do have a Lower Ramahanga advisory group, and they have confirmed that they were satisfied with GW's work undertaken for the financial year 25-26 and the proposed maintenance work for 26-27. So there is a work plan there that has been done that is covered within this recommendation.
So, but, sorry, I know I'm being pedantic, but that's to do with the assets and the asset condition and the maintenance of those assets, which is the second paper. This paper is asking us do what we're doing, provide an effective response to identify flood risk. Well, I think we've all agreed that in the case of the Lower Wairarapa Valley Development Scheme, that is not the case. So I don't understand why we can't remove that part of the sentence. So it just reads, agree that the current and proposed actions are on track to deliver the agreed levels of service contained within the relevant flood plans. You could put then in brackets the Te Koru Flood Management Plan and the Waihine Flood Management Plan, and the lower and the asset maintenance levels of service, and in brackets the Lower Wairarapa Valley Development Scheme, so that we've delineated between those that have floodplain levels of service, flood protection levels of service, and those that just have asset maintenance levels of service.
We're comfortable with that.
And I think your wording there is what is intended by the recommendation. I don't think there's a substantive difference there, but
yes.
Clearly. Would you like to come and assist Democratic Services with that wording? Any more questions while we're playing for a little bit of time? Councillor Johnston? Finance question. If it relates to this paper, yes. Microphone.
The question was, I noted you had 6.4 million spread over 10 years in the long-term plan, and I want to know what investigations actually means within that context, because that's sort of what it intimated was for. And could that actually be spent in quicker time in order to better plan what the future expenditure will have to be for Wairarapa? The reason I'm saying that is I am concerned that they don't realise what the real cost is of protecting that region, and they need to be prepared for that, and I want them to know, to understand.
So I guess the term investigations can mean several different pieces of work, and that can be from flood modelling, so where we're determining flood models, what that means, what extent the flooding will be, and that's currently happening in the Upper Ruamahanga and will be a big component of the Lower Valley review. Other investigations are around gravel analysis in terms of where the gravel is accumulating, where it's degrading, and what those volumes are. But those are probably the two main ones, and then there's probably more isolated investigations around capital projects in terms of the Waipua urban reach, and doing engineering technical investigations around that to establish those levels of service. So it's a term, broad term. Yeah.
Would it help us protect, though, going, sort of like going forward with the planning? And somebody talked about out of date before, and Jack, you've heard me go on about this before, regional council being out of date and their flood protection not taking into account changing environmental things, and they get themselves in quite a lot of trouble. And I want to make sure that we're actually in a very good place so that we're not in that situation.
I won't probably sugarcoat it in that we're not entirely in a very good place. So in some areas, our Riverlink project is the biggest one where we are taking action to adapt to the changing circumstances. So we're recognising the future impact of climate change in terms of the amount of water that's going to come down and the frequency of it, and spending a significant sum of money in raising that stop bank. The Lower Valley Development Scheme has been wanting to have a review, I would say, probably for some decades. And Peter will talk to this in the third paper about kicking that period off. Currently there's a relative urgency around renewing our consents for that, and we need a certain level of modelling and a certain level of environmental information in order to meet the consent requirements and be able to apply for it. The demand across the region for particularly like flood hazard modelling, both to inform the public of the flood risks that they face and to inform us for our practical management, it's immense and probably beyond the capacity of the team to deliver everything, so they are having to prioritise and stage across the region. But the Lower Valley in particular is an area of focus for them, including around the Turanganui and the Tawanui, the area that was impacted within that major storm event, and just being able to understand, have a river design model so that Hamish's team can have a better understanding of what work they should be doing in order to manage those gravels and things. So it's a catch-all term because it is there's fields and fields of expertise that sit within it that need to be worked in, but we do try to focus it on the areas of greatest need and urgency.
And just lastly, I just want to make a comment that I'm pleased that you bring these papers and that you do show that you're thinking about that, because the worst situation would be for us not to be listening or hearing any of this at all, or hearing any of those risks. Thank you.
Okay, we have some suggested amended wording, so everyone have a read of that. And did you have another question, Councillor Free? What's your question, Councillor Free?
So this is such a basic question, but I've been reading again through this paper, and I'm not quite sure what these words refer to. So the Ruamahanga catchment was previously known as the Wairarapa floodplain. Then I look at the map, and there's 3 separate areas identified with rings on the map, but there's a portion of river that isn't in any ring. And I'm just not sure what we're talking about, to be really honest. And I know that there's an awful lot here when you get the papers, and we've had hearings yesterday, and we've had a lot of other stuff to think about, but there's an awful lot of information here, and I feel like it's dived in at a very deep, at a very low level, without giving the building the actual confidence around the big picture. So
it is challenging, so recognising that, and we have a field trip to the Wairarapa coming up to actually eyeball some of these places and get a sense of the lay of the land.
And then, there's all this talk about whether there are plans or...
Yeah, but to answer your specific question...
We really need to clarify it all. because it's not actually clear to me as a newbie what we're talking about half the time. And I'll be really honest, it's just not clear. And maybe I'm the only person struggling with this, but
No, it's entirely reasonable. The Ruamahanga is the main river that flows down the central valley of the Wairarapa. It's roughly halfway across the island.
so that's most of it, is it, the Wairarapa?
Yeah, there's a number of other rivers that arise on the eastern side of another watershed and flow out to the eastern coast. That's those schemes like the Āwhia, the Whareama, the Maungaraki, the Wainuiaru, all flow out to the east. So the Ruamahanga is that main valley that encompasses the 5 towns in State Highway 2. It's broken up into 3 areas for historical reasons that I'm not even across, but we have the Upper Ruamahanga or Te Kauru, and that was like 6 rivers or sub-rivers and sections that were all brought together in a plan.
Just trying to find the map.
Yeah, that's all right. 6 or 7 years ago. So if you imagine, and Hamish will correct me, roughly like Gladstone or sort of between Greytown and Carterton, from there north, it doesn't go all the way up into all of the hills. It has an upstream end, but it does capture bits of some of the smaller rivers that flow in. Then there's the Wahine, which is the river that divides Greytown and Carterton. That was not originally part of the plan, but we've added a scheme around that river specifically to protect Greytown. And then there's the lower valley, which is the southern end of that, and that was originally because Lake Wairarapa was massive. It was a big wetland, and the government of the time wanted to develop that into farmland. So that's why it's a development scheme that has aspects of drainage and flood. There are other rivers and areas that are of concern and that flood, like the Mangatariri, which don't fall in schemes, and where they don't fall in schemes, then the responsibility for managing that flood risk and that erosion falls to the landowner or the asset owner, like, it's your bridge or your farm, your dairy shed that's potentially at risk. And we do have a small fund which can help with that. But the reason we call it the Ruamahanga is because just to differentiate it from all the other rivers that exist within the Wairarapa, which have their own schemes. And it is broken into those 3 for like all sorts of long-running historical reasons. And Hamish can give you the exact, no doubt, marks on the river. Really happy, Councillor, afterwards as well.
I need the real overview first.
We are available. We're really happy to walk you through it. We could grab the plans down from upstairs and talk you through it if that's helpful. Our time is yours.
I'm just going to say, I think that's probably, that will be useful to do because this won't be the last few papers coming to this committee around this. So we can take an action to work with you, Councillor Free, around that.
So I'm going to move us on to the recommendation because now we have some wording, which has been wordsmithed by Councillor Connolly and assessed by officers as meeting the needs. So I'd like to move that. Would you like to second this wording, Councillor Connolly? Since you,
I'm happy to second it.
okay.
It's a floodplain, not a flu plane.
Okay, we'll correct the flu plane. So seconded by Councillor Free, and so we'll now move into debate. It's a noting recommendation, but as you know from the conversation we've just had, there is a lot that sits underneath this. And for me personally, and I'm speaking in debate here because I might as well get underway, attending advisory group meetings and just observing and absorbing and visiting these places and standing on the banks of these rivers, it all starts to make a bit more sense than when you're just reading these papers. So that's been my experience, and everything I've observed from the capability of the advisory groups, the diversity of membership of those, the intense engagement that happen at those groups in the nuts and bolts, and they know their rivers. I mean, there's flow through their own backyards. It's given me a lot of comfort, and the way at which officers go about engaging with those advisory groups, with the community, with the territorial authorities, is also impressive from my point of view. So I'm happy to move this. Councillor Connolly, would you like to speak in debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Free, you're seconded. Would you like to speak in debate?
Thank you for the work that's been done to amend the recommendation, because it certainly, to me, it's more aligned with something I actually can support. One of my reasons for, really kind of having a problem with the previous recommendation was that we were actually agreeing that this was effective. And I think that with climate change, having an effective flood management plan is just going to be a whole different thing. And I don't think that we can agree it's effective, because it in some ways lets other people off the hook, like the government. And I have heard the Mayor of South Wairarapa openly say that the government will have to come to the party to help out with some of the infrastructure issues, not just flooding, but roading issues of South Wairarapa. So I'm much more comfortable to agree that the staff are doing a really excellent job implementing and delivering on some of the actions which are going to be helpful. And I think we have had very good assurance around that. And I do actually thank them for their patience with my complete newness to this topic. And I look forward to finding out a lot more, because there clearly is a huge amount to know around this issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Who else would like to speak in debate? Councillor Conley.
So I'd firstly like to apologise to my colleagues for being a massive pedant on this. And I know it's really annoying, but I think it is quite important to differentiate the difference between flood management plans and development schemes. And I think that part of the problem that we're in ourselves, but also in the way the community perceives what we're delivering, is the fact that we haven't made this differentiation clear, and there is a belief that we have a Lower Valley flood management plan, which we do not have. So we're being asked to deliver on something that does not exist currently, and I hope that we can do a review and remedy that within this term. But I think it's important to state that we do not have one currently, and that there is a lot of work that needs to be done to unpick the historical decisions that have been made and make them more suitable for our current century. So so apologies for being a pedant, but I think it was really important, and it is very complicated, and it's taken me a long time to come to grips with. And it's only when you're actually there and you see the land and you see how it flows out to sea, and you see what Greater Wellington's interventions are, that you discover that the purpose of this was a drainage scheme rather than actually a flood management plan or initiative, and they are different. And we're now being called on to be more than we were in the 1960s. So it's time we got with the program.
Thank you. And Councillor Rhodes, who remembers the 1960s very well, is going to speak on it now.
Well, a couple of things. In the report there, the guys mentioned level of service, which is rated as the storm event or the flood event. So there is a level of service that they're working to, so I think we should acknowledge that. I echo your comments about the expertise of the staff and the results they're getting in the Ruamahanga River based on experience and advice we're getting through the advisory boards. I found the last meeting, the review of the work program showed very impressive results, and commitment and the level of expertise within council staff is pretty blooming good, and would meet the standards expected anywhere in the country. And in the report, Jack's report there talks about the level of quality of our assets. And I understand that it's been a general decline over the past few years, but there's been a reversal of that, and there's a general improvement in the state of our assets, quite clearly outlined in the reports, which I think we should acknowledge. So in that statement up there, I just ask everybody to consider that and see whether it's sufficient to acknowledge the results Jack's team's having on the resilience of all our flood networks.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments in debate? So we'll take the vote now. So all those in favour of the resolution of the recommendation as on the screen, say aye. Aye. And against? Aye. That was a delayed aye. So that's passed unanimously. Thank you for everyone's patience as we worked that through. Because we have many more of these types of reports, we're a step ahead on the next ones. There you go, silver lining on every long debate. The next report relates to the same areas, but is the asset condition and performance assessment. So while the one we just had was about the actions that have been taken to manage and maintain and upgrade, this report is about our assessment of the condition of our assets and how well they perform against what we'd like them to do in a flood. The recommendations have been reworded already to reflect a similar sort of theme from the previous debate, but we'll have staff introduce it first. This is also challenging to get one's head around, and it takes a whole advisory group meeting for people who know these rivers well to get their head around it too. So bear with us as we welcome our staff to explain how we do asset condition and performance assessments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just introduce Relayo Ackley, who is our senior engineer and who will talk to the paper today.
Kia koutou. I'll take the paper as read, but there's just a few things that I'd like us to note before I then move on to a fast-paced presentation, just because of account of time. We're seeing an overall improvement within the asset condition, with the proportion of poor and very poor assets reducing, as well as assets still remaining in that very good to moderate condition. This reflects an ongoing benefit of maintenance investment and improvement activity across the network. This year, we've also returned back to the full inspection program, opposed to last year, which was more targeted inspection. This approach has now provided a broader and more consistent information across the network and greater confidence in understanding our assets. I think it's also important to distinguish that asset condition from flood risk, as poor condition assets does not necessarily mean that an asset is failing or that the flood risk has increased. Risk is considered in a wider system, including asset function, location, hydraulic performance, and consequence of failure. So bringing that condition and risk assessment together, that allows us to make an informed risk-based decision about where maintenance, monitoring, renewals, and investments should focus, particularly where deterioration has a greater potential to affect the level of service. We are also seeking that agreement, but I think the wording sort of slightly changed.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll wait to see what that looks like.
Just before Relayo moves to the slides, I just again draw Council's attention to this is a fundamental part of our assurance process around our second largest asset, or your second largest asset portfolio. We are aligned with the National Framework for Asset Management for Flood, which is the best practice developed by the regional council sector around this. Our team are sought after for their expertise in that. There is a turnaround in two things in this. One is the condition assessment, i.e. staff going out, qualified staff, engineers going out and inspecting the assets, and two, the condition of the assets themselves. Neither of those are accidental. They're primarily due to the increased funding that Council provided for this in the last LTP when we indicated a turnaround in assets, and then some consequential work between Hamish and Relayo's teams, which has separated out some of the duties around condition assessment and management. So we now have more specialisation and a separation there, which allows us to reach that high level of condition assessment. So just thanks to Council for their support through that with the last LTP. This is that investment actually making a material difference to flood risk. Thank you, Relayo.
Thanks, Derek. Yeah, move on to the...
Just checking in with you, how many slides, what level of depth are you planning to go into versus moving to questions?
Quite a bit, but I'm going to skip through and just focus on the main ones.
Just one or two main ones, that would be great. I'm sure there'll be questions that you can then pop a slide up to help answer. Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. Just to reiterate why we're doing this, it's still under that Local Government Act that we're required to manage major flood protection assets so that they continue to deliver their great level of service. So I think our colleague Rob has gone through that, so I'll skip. So this is basically the framework that we work on, which is a nationally developed asset performance tool, which we undertake inspections, capture the information, and also assess the risk using consistent methodology. Just a brief of how we bring these two things together. We consider the likelihood of failure as well as the consequence of failure. And asset condition is one of the factors we look at together with any modeling or capacity checks and intrinsic strength, which falls on your geotech. So just a quick example on what this looks like. Take in probability, your capacity, your condition, and your intrinsic strength. We look at consequence, which is your modeling, and we then get a risk. So if we look at Mount Bruce as an example, you may have some areas that are high, very low, low, and medium. So it's also dependent on especially what's happening in terms of people and infrastructure at risk. These are the benefits. Skip through it. Yes, this is now focusing on the Rumahanga River Stream. So I'll just look at it as a whole. So Upper Rumahanga, Lower Rumahanga, and Wahine. So this year or this past year, we've seen a positive improvement within the asset condition, where we've reduced the poor and very poor conditions from 19% to 14%, and around 85% of the assets within the reach are now very good to moderate. This improvement reflects that increased maintenance actions, vegetation control, and the flood resilience investment. If we zoom just closer to the 2026 year, which is last year's, we see that most of the assets still within that very good to moderate asset good, and where we have poor conditions aligning with risk or high risk areas, that's where it starts to become a priority to look at working on those assets. This is just a breakdown of the asset classes that we have within the Rumahanga River Scheme. What we see are stop banks, groins, willows that hold most of the asset within the scheme. Yes. Moving on to the next slide, which focuses on critical assets. Stop banks and groins form part of the 432 assets this year. I think last year we've reduced that from 529. The focus still remains largely on stop banks, because out of that 432, we have about 304 that are in the very poor conditions, just because we take a conservative approach to how we condition rate stop banks and trees within vicinities of the stop bank. I'll skip through the lower and the upper ones because they in the report. It's going to take a bit of time to go through it.
And members have read all of this diligently last night, very, very late.
Yes. So this now brings the risk or the asset performance, which takes into consideration condition, capacity, and intrinsic strength. With this, we see that there's a notable improvement within the poor and very poor assets. Oh, sorry, just go over the right slides. Yes, the rivers are sort of divided into about 834 segments or cross sections. Overall, the risk remains stable, with high and very high reaches remaining unchanged. Where we have poor conditions falling within this poor and, or high and very high risk, there's a focus there through maintenance, capital works, or investigations. It's just a snapshot of what the maps look like. On screen is now how we then look through the very high and high risk and what the plan is around there. There's some in Waipoa, some in Mount Bruce, and some in Wahine. So all of this, I think officers are well aware of the risk and also actively trying to maintain them or manage them through different interventions. The next slide just shows us that some of the poor risk or some of the poor condition assets fall outside the very high risk rating. So majority of them sit within the good to very good condition. And the second last slide I have is just a snapshot of the operational work program for 2026 for Wahine. that focuses on some and high, mediums, and low. Thank you.
Thank
This
you.
is where the
Very
new
good.
notes come in.
So in summary, this is the way that hundreds, maybe thousands of assets are triaged for prioritising work program over the next year. Some are more important to the effectiveness of a flood scheme than others, and so this is the methodology used to assess the condition of things, to work out what function they play with the other variables, and decide where to focus limited maintenance and upgrade budgets on what's going to matter most. So questions from members to officers. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you for this report, and I'm happy with the information that you've provided around asset condition and asset maintenance and the priority of your actions. Like, that's really good. I guess the thing that stuck out to me was this high risk, or very high risk, we have around the Waipawa River in the Masterton urban area. Now, so I confess that I am familiar with the risks we have in the Hutt Valley, and we've tried to dig a bit deeper into those 1 in 100 year flood risks in Mairohi, and to see that we've got a 1 in 100 year flood risk in Masterton, and we've got development of preferred flood risk management options is continuing. That didn't give me confidence. So I need to know. It's not really, I guess, in relation to this paper, because this is a bit of a different issue. It's not around the status of the assets. It's around the fact that there isn't a sufficient asset. But I need to know more about the risks in relation to Masterton, and should we be prioritising it? This is a big urban centre.
Yeah.
I mean,
very good question. And this paper is about the performance of the system, not just the condition of the assets. And so this is an active priority. Let's update us on the Masterton urban reach of the Waipawa River.
Yeah, the team that are responsible for this isn't present today, but I'll ask Pete Huggins to come up because he's been involved in the conversations with MDC on this.
For the Rawamahanga, yeah, absolutely a priority. One of the top in the whole of the Rawamahanga, and we have done quite an extensive piece of work with the community in Masterton, because there's a lot of very strong community feeling about where stop banks should and shouldn't go, and negotiations with the district council. The stop banks exist within their reserves. We do have a very advanced option. It's really just down now to specific alignment and how we're going to maintain reserve access. And they have a campground that will be impacted and potentially have to move. So we're sort of going through that with them.
So where's the funding for this at? Have we allocated it in previous LTPs, and it's sitting there ready for action?
It'll need to come through the coming LTP. It's one of the areas where we will potentially be seeking significant investment. I don't know the figure off the top of my head, but it's in the low tens of millions. So it will be substantial for this community. And this is one that has been, as I said, been prioritised. We're going to government and saying, there's a Fen station here, there's other bits of Crown infrastructure that are at risk, State Highway 2 bridges and so forth. And so if they could find 60% co-funding, that would massively ease the load on ratepayers.
So we will get more information around what's been proposed in Masterton through the LTP process.
Yes, to make the investment decisions. And am I right that in the previous triennium, the Environment Committee has received the modelling for that catchment, and also the options and the preferred option, which also went through the advisory group and community consultation processes? So we're now at the point of negotiating and funding the interventions necessary to reduce that risk.
That's exactly right, Chair, if I may interrupt, sorry. But this is an issue that's been going on for a long time between Regional Council, the community, the Wairarapa Masterton District Council, and iwi and mana whenua. You will get more information. It is complex, and as the team just said, it goes to where the stop bank would go and the flooding attenuation would come from within land owned and managed by Masterton District Council. But it's been engaged at all levels, from their council, their mayor, down through me and the chief executive and team. So we will be able to come back with a lot more information. It is a big investment decision, potentially not just for the regional council, but also for the Masterton District Council and their community as well, which is one of the reasons obviously it's taken a little bit of time.
Thank you. Any further questions? Otherwise, we'll move into the recommendations and debate. I don't see any more. So the recommendation C has been tweaked to become a noting recommendation along similar lines to the previous. Is that the main change?
Correct.
Yeah.
And 1 and 4 have been changed where the committee has had assurance.
Okay, so they were A, B, C, and D. Now they're 1 to 4. Am I on the right report? Yes. Is that right? They were.
It's still ABCD. This is just the formatting.
Oh, this is just the formatting on screen. So it's the same as what was ABCD in your papers, but with some tweaked wording. So do I have a mover for this set? And thank you, officers. Councillor Elder is offering to move, and Councillor Connolly is seconding. Councillor Elder, would you like to speak in debate? Councillor Connolly, would anyone like to speak? I think the temperature has gone up in the room sufficiently that everyone's quite comfortable to be speedy from this point onwards. So we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour of these 4 recommendations, say aye. Aye. And against? Those are carried. Thank you. Now we move on to the last paper of our committee meeting, and I apologise to those who have stayed for the workshop, which is yet to begin, but the end is in sight. However, probably the most far-reaching paper now begins. So I invite officers forward on the much talked about Lower Wairarapa Valley Development Scheme and the strategic long-term review and planning challenge that lies ahead of us. So over to you, Pete Huggins, to introduce the paper.
Oh, kia ora anō. Yeah, thanks for the attention this afternoon on this really important topic for the council. And I've just got a few remarks. I would like to pass on our thanks to Councillors Duthie and Connolly and Ponta for your support over the last 6 months as we've been dealing with these rain events in the Wairarapa, particularly in the absence of Councillor Staples. That's been really important to us and our officers. So yeah, the paper, which I've been advised to take as read, outlines the range of work we have done and are doing through those recoveries to those major rainfall events. And the paper's sort of doing 2 things. It's providing you with that update and some of the intelligence from on the ground as to what our community is saying about that, and also trying to highlight the review work that is already underway to look at the long term. All of that work has been churning away in the background, but those events have really acutely brought that to the fore for those communities, particularly for the local council there, South Wairarapa District Council, that's suffering a lot of degradation to their infrastructure, roads and bridges. So there are a lot of questions coming our way about what we're doing and what the plan is. And so that program, that review program, is really important. I'll probably just leave that there and hand back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we'll take questions now. Just to note that one of the 3 recommendations put forward, the first one was an agrees, and we think we can change that to a notes when we get to that stage. But for now, questions for Pete as our officer, Councillor Connolly.
Sorry. The second and third recommendations refer to a review of wider a review of the Lower Valley Development Scheme. When did we actually agree to the review of the Lower Valley Development Scheme, other than through a press release that Quentin and I put out at the time of the flood?
Now that's an excellent question.
So I'm wondering if, we said it then because we felt it was essential that the community knew, but have we ever actually stated that, and should we state it?
Yeah, no, that's good. And I think it could deserve a bit more high profile, but it certainly is in the current LTP. There's lines in there about the need for a long-term review and working with partners on that. So it has a funding stream. It's also laid down in some consent conditions that the council agreed to a number of years back.
I guess the fact that there's money allocated for it doesn't necessarily kind of give it an official kick-off. And I'm loath to do that here, given that it wasn't kind of included. But I'm wondering if another paper needs to come back with actually some terms of reference and what we're talking about and timeframes and that kind of thing, and for us to officially embark on this.
And I believe that's part of the intention of the especially 2 and 3 recommendations, that how we go about this. Yes, but there will need to be some governance oversight of that review and so on. Nicola would like to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Connolly. I think the way that it has been worded in the previous two LTPs does more than imply it, it does state it directly. So I think if we can share that content with you, it might provide some reassurance. I think if your question is more, how does the current council bring attention to it in the community, we absolutely can work on that part. But the legitimacy of it is well established.
And Nigel Corrie?
Yeah, can I just note that, as I think the Chair mentioned, we are trying to organise a field trip down to the South Wairarapa in particular before the end of this year, partly because of all the flooding that has gone on and the attention of the South Wairarapa, partly because you knew that you're going to get a number of papers before the end of the year on these issues, and they are all phenomenally complex in their own right. The lower development scheme has been signalled as a review for kind of really a number of years. As Pete says, partly there's consent conditions and the barrage gates, and the barrage gates are a big part of the scheme as to how that whole lower valley is managed. So there's a kind of a timeline on that, which facilitates a review of the scheme. So I think when we, as I think the Chair mentioned, when we're out on site, we can actually have a good eyeballing session and talk about things in real life, which makes a big difference as to what we're actually talking about as opposed to on paper. And these things will be issues that we will have to come back more than once because are significant ways of managing the whole scheme, the significant ways of managing barrage gates, the consent we have around that and the lake, as well as all the surrounding farmland. So if it's feeling a bit opaque at the moment, that's entirely understandable. It will become clearer, and the recommendations have been changed to give you the comfort that you're not signing up to anything you're not comfortable with. But yeah, the field trip, which we are aiming for prior to the end of the year, will also be quite influential and helpful, I think, in trying to answer some of the questions.
Further questions? No, Councillor Elder.
Not specifically addressed in here, but are there any concerns about the lifespan or serviceability of the gates? Are they good for another 50 years?
I'd probably defer to back to Hamish in terms of the lifespan. They're fully insured currently, due for painting soon.
And there might be a distinction between the physical lifespan of them and the consentable lifespan of them.
Yeah, so I could talk about the physical lifespan. At the moment, they're currently just over 50 years old. They were designed to a 100-year lifespan. We're just continuing to undertake maintenance around the concrete, any spalling, those sorts of things, and painting of the steel components, and then also upgrading any electrical components in terms of how we control the gates and those sorts of things. So that has been, those costs have been scheduled out over the next 30 years of when those major upgrades and things are going to need to be undertaken, pending any decisions made from the review. Yeah.
Question from me, can you explain the importance of the relationships with South Wairarapa District Council and with the Wairarapa Moana Statutory Board in relation to this scheme review, please?
Yeah, I can certainly speak to the importance of working with the council, and I might also defer to colleagues as well to talk about the statutory board. But what's really become clear in the last 6 months is as I think was alluded to earlier, the primacy of public infrastructure, critical infrastructure, State Highway 53, the Waihanga Bridge, the lifeline roads and bridges that connect the communities at Lake Ferry and around the coast are vulnerable. And while the scheme was put in place for land development, it wasn't and isn't specifically designed to protect any of that critical roading and bridge infrastructure, contrary to what the community probably expects it's for. It's not really designed to do that. And so we're having to do some really close work with our colleagues at South Wairarapa District Council to support them to look after their assets that are impacted by the flooding. And we've been instructed to, and we are going above and beyond in terms of where previous service provision has been to support South Wairarapa and also now Carterton District Council to remediate some of their road and bridge infrastructure, which is very aged and is very vulnerable. Do you want to add anything?
I would just say, in terms of initial flood recovery, we're trying to be pretty pragmatic about it, and probably developing fairly loose agreements on the ground. An example being the Tānui Bridge. There was some scale happening on an abutment that was also causing some erosion just downstream. We agreed South Wairarapa will provide the rock because they had it nearby. We constructed some rock work there, and that served a purpose for both agencies. So that's just one example.
And the statutory board?
Yeah, so the treaty settlements around Wairarapa and Moana are very significant for Greater Wellington in terms of the natural resources redress provided the statutory board, and iwi are now again customary and now legal owners of the bed of Lake Wairarapa, which is a significant component of the scheme. So the statutory board, which has the reserve management role, needs to be involved in the review of the scheme. And so we need to work through with the board, and I might defer to colleagues over here to help put some language around this, just to, terms of reference were mentioned earlier, just to sort out what that role is and how we provide clarity around decision making into the future. Anna, can I ask you to jump in?
Kia ora koutou. I'm Anna Nichols, acting GM for Tania Parata at the moment. Just in relation to point 3 there, and as Pete mentioned, the Wairarapa Minor Statutory Board are wanting us to provide some indication about what their role could look like in their up and coming hui on the 29th of September. They're keen to see a paper to kind of provide for some research, some background information, and what their role could look like in regards to the review of the scheme.
Thank you. Any further questions? Did you have another question?
I'd like to know when Martinborough's going to get a new bridge, but I don't think I'll get the answer here.
When's Martinborough going to get a new bridge, Pete?
We did ask NZTA that. We are looking at options to support the resilience of that bridge through the operation of the flood scheme. We are trying to work closely together with NZTA, but it's a Crown funding question.
Councillor Elder is good at cake stalls to fund such things, so another one to add to your list. Thank you. Question from Councillor Free?
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit pedantic too. Can I just question, and sorry if I've missed something, the consideration of drawdown from reserves. Did we draw down from reserves or did we just consider it?
So the reserves fund is money that we put aside operationally into a separate fund to use as part of flood recovery. There's criteria that we need to meet to be able to draw down on those funds. These recent floods meet that criteria, and so as part of our recovery we will be drawing down on those funds. There's some mechanisms that we need to go through. We've indicated that we will. We just need to do a little bit more planning and costing work to say how much that will be. We'll write a memo and go through those steps to
that would
access
be
those funds.
For what particular work? I think my colleague has just sort of whispered in my ear it was emergency gravel extraction.
So, yeah, any emergency work. So we've had to realign a lot of the channel work, a lot of the vegetative buffer that has been washed away in the floods. We need to replant, so we're doing that as right now.
And just to follow on from that, the commitment there is to deliver on the entire existing work programme that had already been agreed and do the emergency recovery as well, because otherwise we would have had to deprioritise some of the asset maintenance in other parts of the scheme. So the idea is we'll use the reserves and we'll do everything.
Can we add, with the leave of the meeting, maybe that it's consideration draw down from reserves, making it clear it's for emergency or for emergency remediation work or something? Yeah. Because I don't know. Sorry to be pedantic, but
no,
I want to make sure I'm completely on board with what I've actually.
Very good. And to my mind, that's exactly what reserves are for. This is a targeted rate. These reserves build up over time, and when you need to use them for responding to a series of storms, that is exactly what.
Essentially, a self-insurance.
Self-insurance. Very good. Don't see any further questions, so we've just got a little tweak to the wording following Councillor Free's comment. Is that okay? So I'd like to move these recommendations as on the screen. Thank you very much, officers. Would Councillor Tupou would like to second that? I'm not going to speak in debate. I might at the end though, but Councillor Tupou, would you like to speak? No? Would anyone like to speak? It is getting late in the day and it's very warm in here. I guess just in brief comment before we vote, this review of the schemes in the South Wairarapa will be one of our big pieces on our plate over the next few years. It's very complicated, and I do commend those two videos that I sent links around, one about the historical video of the creation of the development scheme and one more recently about the complexity of the treaty settlement and the interplay of the scheme and its benefits and impacts and the ecological and social and economic context that sits around it. So I look forward to a field trip to visit the site and tangibly, I guess, understand what it is we need to grapple with over the next few years and in our long-term plan. And for now, these recommendations note the progress we're making towards solidifying exactly what that review will entail and the number of stakeholders that will be involved. So we'll move that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Against? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That is the last item on the committee meeting agenda. We'll close with a karakia. We'll take a 5-minute comfort break and then we'll reconvene for some of the workshop items. And the suggestion is we do the Belmont workshop item. We don't do the fast track workshop item, but that presentation has been shared and we can organise an online sort of questions and briefing on that. And then we will have a closed session around enforcement, which will be very brief, or as brief as it can be. Apologies for the long day. I wasn't built to be an autocratic dictator, clearly, and the consequences that you have had patience. So closing karakia from Councillor Tupou, please.
Unuhia ki te uru tapunui ki a wātia ki a māma te ngā kau te tinana. Te wairoa i te ara tangata koiara I rongo whakairia ki runga kia tina. Hui e tai ki.
So literally just 5-minute comfort stop, please. Don't wander off.